What the? Ah, humbug, bro. Hey, Globalize. How goes your beautiful sunny weather? I think it was sunny, right? Isn't that what? What did it say? Negative 30? Something like that, right? Very hot. Lies. Lies. Negative 30. That's Celsius, right? Obviously, it's gotta be. Gotta be. 36. Right, you can stop there, man. We're good. We're good. I don't care how much you're freezing your nuts off, okay? We're gonna move on to. I started watching this earlier, and I thought to myself like, wow, this is far too stupid and funny to not do on stream. So I'm gonna watch this on stream. I have no idea what. I didn't know who this guy is, but the people so far, they're funny to listen to. I think. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, yeah. It starts to have some diminishing, or people think it's gonna be a lot higher, right? But it starts to like squish. If I'm not mistaken, right? I mean, as you just said. Yeah. People assume like it stays like relatively far away from each other, right? But as you get colder, it starts to not do that anymore. All right, let's start it.
My first surrounding claim is that Trump's mass deportation plan is making us less safe.
Good claim, by the way. When I first watched this, I said I think this claim is really good because, um, I mean, right away, we just had 2 U.S. citizens get executed on the streets. Never seen that happen before. That alone is true, not just for legal immigrants, but for the U.S. So this claim is good. Um, it also violates. I mean, ICE is violating the Fourth Amendment. I know what the hell the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, the Ninth Amendment, 10th Amendment for sure. Definitely just fucking masquerading over all of them. So I don't. I feel like this claim would be really hard to prove wrong. You don't even have to focus on illegal immigrants for this claim to be true, even if I think illegal immigrants should be included in this because the Constitution fucking does. So why not?
Hey, how's it going, brother? Good to see you.
Great to meet you. It's interesting that you claim that because according to the DHS, 70% of the people who have been deported so far have been criminals, either caught in the act.
I have no idea where he's getting this number from. Like Obama had a very high. It didn't start off high, but it ended high in his last years. I think it was like almost 90%. Removals were like had a criminal conviction, so they were very high percentage at the end of Obama's years. But there's no way this is even remotely true. Unless he's just like including the civil penalty.
Yes. I'm surprised you're surprised. You ran for Congress and you don't know this?
That's what those numbers said?
That is 70%. The other 30% are people who went through the entire immigration process.
Yeah, no. People who go through the asylum process and then receive a detainer, which he's about to say attainer, I think, if I remember correctly. They are now technically here illegally and are committing the civil crime. So
And had some sort of deportation detainer. So that is
pretty sure it's detainer, but
700,000 people were deported like that. 1.9 million people self-deported so far. That's all.
That was the moment I stopped. I was like, I need to do this on stream. Can we take a second to think of how many people that is? That's like almost 1/5 of the entire illegal immigrant population. That would be 200,000 people a month. Wait, yeah, I did. It doesn't matter what is in there for him. I mean, you can't even trust anything that the DOJ is putting out anyway. And even with that, I mean, they're all inept, right? And this is the negligence and the inept part coming out, not the like malicious aspect, but just sheer incompetence that's making this happen. But no one can do anything. I mean, realistically, what could happen? We already have like allegations of him literally I think performing every criminal act of like sexual assault you can think of already. So it's and he's been like convicted civilly, at least in the UK. But fuck him, I don't care. I'm of the opinion that he did do all these horrible things. Probably because, you know, I mean, I don't really like saying where there's smoke, there's fire, but the dude literally funded, like, I think for 20 or 15 years, what? The next greatest model thing or whatever. What was it called again? Hot or Not? It was like 15-year-olds only. It's just like, guys, what are we doing? He hung around fucking the dude who owned Elite Management too. What's his name again? I don't even. It doesn't even matter. Okay, we're just. What the fuck are we doing? Yeah, they're usually not capable. That's why Kash Patel is like. I actually just read recently of like this FBI agent who was like, after Charlie Kirk's murder, he decided to do like an anonymous comment on the immediate proceedings that happened, and apparently he's like, so normally all the big field offices get into a phone call and someone directs what needs to be done next, and we take into account what we know, what needs to happen. It's very business like almost, right? And he's like, I don't know what the hell happened with Kash Patel, but he gets on the phone and he's telling us instantly, hey, you're gonna tweet this and you're gonna tweet that, and the guy's like, I have no idea what the fuck he's doing. Like, it's so funny, man. Actually, where is it, bro? It's yeah, senior FBI official. This is it. I got it right here. Yeah, he goes, whenever there's a critical incident, one of the first things that happens is a conference call with everybody. Yeah, because he doesn't have one. He never worked for the FBI. He worked for the DOJ as a junior deputy or something. He's literally a fucking loser. He's just like cosplaying, bro. So great pick. I mean, It's like choosing, the administrative assistant girl that you like hired as a secretary for like a hospital, as to like run the hospital. Not that she can't do it. It's just the odds are she can't do it. Whenever there's a critical incident, one of the first things that happens is a conference call with everybody. All of the executives, most of the field offices dialed in. The director rarely speaks because someone with situational awareness is leading the call. They'll say, here's what happened, here's what we know, here's what we need. But we get on, and it's just Cash berating the special agent in charge of Salt Lake City. I don't know why it's just so funny to read. It's like, how does this even happen? He's super emotional, and then it turns surreal. He and the then deputy director, Dan Bongino, start talking about their Twitter strategy. And Cash is like, I'm going to tweet this. Salt Lake, you tweet that. Then you come in with this. Then I'll come back with this. They're literally scripting out their social media, not talking about how we're going to respond. Meanwhile, Charlie Kirk, bless him. This is the guy that Charlie Kirk supported, man. I just sucks. When I was an agent, I did hundreds of these cases. The initial information that comes in is always wrong. There's too much coming in and it takes time to vet. And it was obvious that Cash can't understand that and doesn't want to understand that. Everyone on the call is just like, this guy is completely out of control. On another call, he said, when a crisis happens, the only thing you need to do is call me. The most important thing in any crisis is controlling the narrative. Wow. Okay. I was like, no. We actually have to do some work here, man. Oh, fuck, dude. I can just imagine. This feels like it's too real, you know? Yeah. The I can't remember the damn name, but Trump is a master at doing that. Trump is a master at literally leading the narrative at every single instance. If this is something that isn't talked about that much either, but Trump is a master manipulator. He doesn't seem like he is to me or to you, I think, because from the moment the dude ever like was in front of my eyes, and a sentence came out of his mouth, I was like, yeah, this guy's full of shit. He's a piece of shit. But he is a master manipulator. He doesn't actually have to care about someone like me, because what he does is he's always like the first one to drive where a conversation is going. Like, he knows that. I'm not sure how well he knows the moral implication of what he's doing. I bet he still sleeps fine at night, but he's very good at that. And he doesn't really care because he's not the one doing the bleach stuff. It's really just if it's beneficial to him. I'm sure he has never even thought about that fucking hydroxin thing really once, outside of the one moment that some dude was like, hey, I think we can use this to try and undermine the official narrative in government right now, or blah blah blah, you name it, whatever it is. If it like helped Trump in some scenario, he's gonna tweet that shit. But even right now, right, he's talking about Cuba. Like, this is a really good thing I can bring up to show this in action, because no one's talking about Cuba yet, okay? But Trump is already setting the stage for Cuba to be taken over. I swear to God. Like, where the fuck is it? Further down. Bam, 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 bam. We should take over voting. Yeah, I mean, he's always trying to prove himself to people around him because he's a insecure fucking bitch. I mean, everyone has insecurities, right? But I don't know. I'd rather take my internal ones than whatever the hell he's got. Fuck that. He's just like constantly trying to fucking be a big boy at the table. It's just tries way too hard. Really wants people to like him. You can definitely tell. And you know, once he has that, he acts like he doesn't care if people like him, right? If there's enough that do. He's just insecure from his core. Where the hell is that video, by the way? I think it's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. He's really good at planting seeds. And manipulating the media without them even fucking realizing it, and I despise it, man. It's so annoying. Where are the... Not in this one, is it? Okay, we're not. Fine. Wait. I'll just Google it real fast. Trump, Cuba failing. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. So he is like a master at building like a narrative before people know about it. And I don't know if it's like, I don't think it's because he's clever. I think it's just because he's just manipulative by like his normal day-to-day life. So there's like some really interesting things he says here that makes me feel like he's planting the seed to say that Cuba can be taken over. I'm not kidding. Because the way he frames these things is like he's already anticipating what people need to hear. Like, well, they have ties with Venezuela. Like, listen to what he says here. Yeah, I feel like he's not. When he was younger, he was like charismatic, right? Like Trump is charismatic to a lot of people. That is unfortunately something I can't say is wrong about him. When he was younger, he was definitely somewhat charismatic. Fucking wish he wasn't, but that definitely helped him go a long way. Well, I don't really think he's like cunning though. You know, just like proficient in like doing these things. I think he's just a rich asshole who's a malignant narcissist. So he just operates on this framework. So all the like the tactics that like an abusive person has to function by or operate under, you know, he uses every one of them and he's mastered them for sure. Now, this part I think, where's the fucking, yeah, here it is.
Well, Cuba's a failing nation. It has been for a long time, but now it doesn't have Venezuela to prop it up.
So like that to me is like no one's talking about Cuba, right? We haven't heard a single thing about Cuba in a while. At least I know the media and at least the conversations that I read and listen to. Not really mentioned ever. This man leads all of the conversations in this country because now people are going to be sitting here going, well, I mean, if we were taking over Venezuela's oil and Cuba's just propped up by Venezuela, I mean, he's like setting up the dominoes ahead of time to just already like let people be okay with it, right? He's just a fucking master at it. It's so annoying. And no one can beat him to anything. It's just I don't know why he's so good at it. He's like Candace Owens, for fuck's sake. I guess it is easy when the media is sane washing him from the moment he fucking stepped on stage. And for one thing that Trump is very good at as well, he has never been one to like shy away from the camera, right? Before I was born, whenever there was a camera near this dude, he was the first one there, right? So he knows how to talk in front of a camera. He knows you need to be strong, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I did. And how Elon was disappointed by Epstein because Epstein could not be there for the what did Elon say? I'm not looking for like any math lecture. I'm looking for like a fun time I can like I mean, I feel like I know what you're saying there. I feel like it's too much, actually. I think Trump has literally said that I think he just doesn't care about anyone else but himself, right? So every country that's around us right now is up for grabs to him. Like, if this guy had his way, we would have already invaded the entire Western Hemisphere at this point, I think. And I don't really think there's like a deeper meaning. I mean, he is like vengeful. No, he is very vengeful. He does not. He holds grudges. So I don't know. That could be true. Like, he will not let shit go. So it could be more of that. I think you might be right then. It is crazy, by the way, because Elon has come out and said that he was never even in the Epstein files or on his island or even on the plane, right? And I mean, maybe he was on too much ketamine at the time. It is kind of hard when your depth perception is making your hand look further than like my computer monitor. I've been there, buddy. I have not, fortunately, Jesus, managed to just like be a child rapist though. It's might be a little bit too far for me. I'm not sure. I did sit there looking at my hand for a long time though. I mean, like, what the fuck? Wild stuff. Eastern one, every single country but Israel. I don't think he likes Israel. I don't think he likes them at all. I think right now, Saudi Arabia is faster and much more efficiently gaining favor from Trump over Israel every single day that passes. And I'm positive Israel is like, can you please fucking stop literally letting Saudi Arabia buy twice as much military arms as we are? Please stop it. And Trump's like, make more money. 100%. There will come a day, and I'm sure the most of the world is probably very excited for this. I'm not, unfortunately. Again, I know Israel is committing a horrible fucking genocide right now in Gaza. I think the country can come back from it though, right? But I have no doubts that when Israel is not advantageous to Trump anymore, he will literally flip on them within like hours. I don't know. There's just like something about it to me seems kind of part of the course with him. And that would be very disastrous for Israel. For sure.
So we're talking.
I mean, to me, it all comes down to money. And Israel takes a lot of money from us. They buy a good amount of stuff, but they take a lot. And Saudi Arabia is like his best buds now. Saudi Arabia hates Iran as well, though. So Iran is something that Trump probably doesn't really care about. He talks as if they're just like, you know, the fucking sand people, and they can't even like touch him, right? Like, he's just on like a fucking fighter jet, and they're just like sand people throwing spears at him. But, you know, plot armor, I guess, is what he's got in his mind. But Saudi Arabia could easily fill that gap. Saudi Arabia fucking hates Iran. Probably good. You read that as she wants to. Both ways you read it are probably correct. I mean, just look out for spears, Haley. Look out for spears, and you'll be fine.
Talking to the people from.
But yeah, this to me is like a masterclass in how Trump drives narratives. None of us really know or even talking about Cuba, and now we're going to be like, I wonder if Cuba needs to be, if we need to do a takeover of their oil industry or whatever, and then like let it go to Trump's stupid private account in like the Dutch Bermuda Triangle or some shit, right?
Well, Cuba's a failing nation. It has been for a long time, but now it doesn't have Venezuela to prop it up.
So gnarly.
So we're talking to the people from Cuba, the highest people in Cuba, to see what happens. I want the people that came here that were horribly
He said this about Venezuela.
treated by Cuba to be taken care of, to be able to go back and
Said this about Venezuela. Dude, let me grace you with my presence, okay? I can help you. Let me be that man for you.
do what they have to do.
I can be that man that does what needs to be done.
You know, they have their family there. They haven't been able to see them in years, many, many years. So I think we're going to make a deal with Cuba.
Well, as the thing says, we did kill 32 Cubans in the Venezuela attack.
32 Cubans are dead following a U.S. military attack
Wow. What a video.
on Venezuela. Cuba's government confirmed the deaths on Sunday, announcing
Wait. Is that what helping looks like?
32 Cubans are dead following a U.S.
Dude, it's just like, stop hitting yourself.
military attack on Venezuela. Cuba's government confirmed the deaths on Sunday, announcing a national period.
We're definitely getting that deal done then, aren't we? Cuban's government's all like, you killed 32 of us. Trump's like, yep, talks are going great. Masterclass, okay? Masterclass. Back to this crazy video.
DHS.
What just happened? This really weird budget Pete Hegseth. I don't know. He needs to wash his hair, man. It's way too oily. Just said that 2.2 million people self-deported since January 20th. And if you're thinking to yourself, that sounds a little big, that's because that number is obscenely big. That would be like 20% of all the illegal immigrants in this country. 200,000 people a month. That's like biblical exodus levels of deportation or like, you know, migration, okay?
Reported like that. 1.9 million people self-deported so far. That's all DHS data. It's publicly
That is the best face, dude.
available. You can look it up. So I'm just, how are you standing for criminals? Is that what you're doing right now?
Of interior removal, 70% of the people deported literally have not been convicted criminals. What are you talking about? That's according to DHS.
That's according to DHS. Where are you getting your data from?
DHS.
Is there anyone in there?
Yes.
What day?
Dude, I knew this would be content. I love this guy's horrible fitting suit. The whole like perverse America vibe. I bet if I asked this guy, do you like the Constitution? He'd be like, fuck yeah, I do. Fucking, I wipe my... No, I don't do that. I literally bleed the pages of the Constitution. And you're like, I mean, what about like the Fourth Amendment and how it says that even illegal immigrants are entitled to those rights? Fuck you.
This is like just recently.
Last from up to October or mid-October of this year.
So we're going to need a fact check on this because I literally checked yesterday.
They're not convicted
70%.
criminals.
Here we go. Look at this. This is ICE enforcement removal operations statistics. Very updated, very hopefully accurate. We have so far in the year 2025 Survey says 71,000 removals. With criminal convictions, we have 17,000. Okay, so 70,000, 17,000 out of 70,000. I'm like okay at math, but I don't think that is anywhere close to 70%. What do you guys think? You think you might be a little off? I feel like our friend here is far more accurate than this guy. Where's the 2.2 million though, man? Where are they self-supporting? How are they getting out here? What does the annual report say? Wow. Why is this on a infographic like this? I see, the nice thing about the US again is that a lot of the data for this is done by independent like subsidiaries or independent smaller agencies. It's very decentralized because the 10th Amendment and how states work. So like the BLS, for instance, it's really hard for Trump to like fuck with the BLS stats, right? Because he can't control them. No one can. Like the consumer price index, you know what he's doing? He's just eliminating the reporting of them. As in like he's changing how the publication is. He's changing like some parts that are really weird, and definitely because he's trying to make himself look better. Yep. Because they can't really change the numbers. That no one can change the CPI index numbers because the way this is organized is completely decentralized, and it all comes from different sources that are completely independent again of each other. And the data comes in because the institution is good. We made it a good way. At least it could be better, but as far as how these things are done, they have a whole handbook on this too, by the way. You can go to, where is it? Data tools. No, it should be handbook of methods. And you can see how they do this down to the T. Like it's awesome. And I had to sit through half this country telling me that the government's not transparent, but you know, whatever, it's fine. I mean, it's not like most of the government is completely transparent. People just don't know how to look at it and don't really care. Especially when we do like grants and stuff, but like it tells you exactly how this stuff is done. Even like the data sources here, okay? We're talking pages and pages and pages and pages, how the surveys are done, how the data collection is done. So they're all independent. Encounters, well, we looked at removals, but the encounters, the one that you're talking about, yes, you are correct. Now, the encounters are really low right now. Trump has secured the border. That is true since he became president. But that's because, okay, no one knew they could abuse the asylum process anymore because most of the immigration crisis we had, which we had an immigration crisis, that's a fact. It was primarily due to the fact that our system and how we do asylum was antiquated, didn't have enough funding, and once word got out about that, people abused the length of time it took to get a court or an adjudicator, right? Very, very simple. All it needed was Congress to just fucking pass that stupid Oklahoma bitch in his bill, Mr. Langford, which Trump killed, if you guys remember, during the campaign trail. But the way Trump did it, Trump literally just ended asylum entirely. Totally not cool. I mean, there are people who actually do need asylum, for fuck's sake. It's like international law as well as U.S. law. So ending asylum is completely illegal the way he did it. But it did secure the border because no one is trying to claim asylum, except if you're South Africaner, which is fucking awesome, I guess, because the only people who have enough money to actually move here without any issue would probably be those fucks, but fine. But that's the only reason the border is secure. We haven't fixed the issue, though. We still need to pass legislation. And while this looks cool, oh my God, 11,000 encounters, right? Because no one's trying to cross the border. It's not a good thing. Because at some point, we're going to have to actually make the damn law, and we're going to have to update our system in general, because our immigration is now just fucked. We have like tourism fucking collapsing. We have people who don't want to come here to study or get jobs, and our education system can't fucking fill that right now. We designed it to be business majors and finance dudes who will sit at a bar and tell you that the gold standard needs to come back. Like, we're not fucking capable of doing that shit. I actually am unaware of what you're talking about. Let me look that up real fast. I'm going to play the video too so we can actually get through this.
70% of the people deported are not convicted
They were-
criminals under interior.
They were
rules.
people.
Are you talking about the EO that he did after the bill in Congress didn't pass? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It may actually have been unconstitutional at that point. And that's probably one of the reasons Biden did not do that first, because he wanted it to be done the right way. But they're trying to win an election as well. And there was a border crisis that was going on, right? There was an immigration crisis. And I think that was like a weighted decision, more than it was like a politically correct decision. Because in order to win the election again, I think Biden's team and Biden and the Democrats probably figured, like, we need to at least try to address it, because we're getting fucking creamed by this stupid Trump fucking guy going out to his rallies every day going, they're fucking bringing rapists and prisoners and murderers. And you're just like, I don't know how they're getting the plane tickets, bro, but it's fine. Also, the rapists and murderers are the ones staying in the countries, okay? Like, if you are raping and murdering, you're probably not leaving the country. You're getting away with it, bro. I don't know what the fuck to do. Like, I mean, why the fuck would they run to the U.S.? Anyways. And then how would we know? It doesn't matter. I'm getting lost. But yeah. So I actually don't need to look it up. I know which one you're talking about now. I think, again, that was more of like a decision by them to try and not lose the election as much.
So there were
I mean, yeah. Actually, no, that's true. Did he put See, the thing is, he can't do that, though. It would be unconstitutional. The reason I'm saying this is because it had a cap. Kind of like the Langford law. Because executive orders, right? All they do is direct federal agencies under the purview of the executive branch. He can't write law. So denying asylum seeking, even putting a cap, is an overreach by the executive, in my opinion. Even if it is national security interest. I think if it went to court, it could easily be argued as unconstitutional, just based on how the executive is not supposed to be able to, adjudicate or, give an interpretation on laws. But I don't really blame what Biden did. So what the fuck? I didn't want these together, bro. Oh my God. Am I stupid? Here we go.
were people that had
Then it would definitely be unconstitutional. The Langford law added a ton of money, as well as the ability to hire based on the appropriations, right? For adjudicators. It also did the cap thing that you're talking about, but again, because it is like not really the executive's purview. Like, he can direct the agencies, the Border Patrol, ICE, DHS to on how to enforce the law, right? But he can't interpret it himself. He can't be like, here's a cap now, unless there's it's in the writing of the law, because it is U.S. code and the international law, right? So which I think is the right way, but I don't think he did. I don't think he made the wrong decision. I feel like the argument's still pretty good.
Either been convicted criminals
No.
or they had.
Yeah, but that's tricky, right? Like Trump is using that argument right now as well. Now, if Biden was asked to produce to Congress the reasons for the emergency, which there is, that's what Title 50 emergency powers is for, okay? And yes, I have read it. Yeah, see, that's the difference. Like in Title 50 for national emergencies, the president is supposed to provide, okay, with respect to Congress, a reasonable, like an actual reason in writing, and then make sure that he updates Congress every week. When you do these things. And I'm pretty sure Biden probably could argue that, be like, well, it was an emergency, right? For this, we had an immigration crisis. We didn't have enough judges. Like he probably could argue a lot. So I think you're right. Trump has done none of this, by the way. He does not care. So if you ever hear someone say Trump is using IEPA or any other fucking insert, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I heard it on some fucking media thing online, just tell them to go fucking kick rocks, because they should probably read what IEPA even says.
We're like at a stalemate because now you're claiming something and I'm claiming something.
You literally can't just claim Tren de Agua when I'm pretty sure there's like 14 of those dudes even in the US, if that. It's like saying a duck is going to like murder 10 people and then just acting as if that statement would be true just because someone told you that, and you're like, I mean, I guess, I don't know, it is a duck.
From the same source. So
Like, that is not overcoming any reasonable
70% of the people that have been deported under interior removals are not convicted criminals.
We just looked this up. So it was 17,000 out of 70,000, right? That should be what, like 23%? I don't know. 24.2. I was close.
And that is a fact.
that's not a fact.
Literally.
Why are you guys laughing?
It's 70%. I'm telling you. I looked it up.
I think you got it upside down.
At the end of the day, it is what's happening. They literally publish the photos of
At the end of the day, I don't care. I tell you what it is.
everybody who's being deported.
So I didn't.
They literally publish the photos of everyone being deported?
It is what's happening. They literally publish the photos of everybody who's being
So
deported.
You looked at 2.2 million photos of self-deporters? How are you alive, bro? Shouldn't you be in your room still?
So I didn't realize that they posted.
Oh, you might be talking about there's this practice between the executive branch and the judicial courts. There is like an unspoken assumptive, like a pre-authorization kind of thing with the executive branch when it comes to dealing with the courts, and that's still in place with Trump, and he's abusing the fuck out of it. So you're correct. There is like there's a name for it. I can't remember. I'm not really like a legal guy, but let's see, presumptive reputation or something like that. The hell is it called? The presumption of regularity, I think is what it is. Am I wrong here? So the where is it? Executive privilege? Is that what I'm thinking of? Why can't I remember the damn name of it? Regularity was right. Yeah. So this is like he's abusing the hell out of this, because normally, just historically, they've never had to really worry about the executive abusing it, right? So there's like this presumption of like everything that comes from the executive doesn't really need a lot of burden of proof. And they usually don't, because they have a good case, right? But Trump is like straight up just abusing the idea of this deference. Not the one in the chevron there, but and we for some reason we just continue doing it. So all the cases, the frivolous things he's doing are just being, consumed as if they're just like a normal fucking executive. I feel like what you just said is very very relative to that, because we definitely should not be treating it like that anymore.
Every single photo on
No, they
Twitter.
publish the majority of them, yeah. But there's
Especially since they've lied so much, just verifiably and objectively so, just in the time that he's been president. At least the year that's gone by should prove it
data.
enough.
This is I mean, you're hitting back.
You're
at me
saying
with
they
data that's-
deported hundreds of thousands of people and they post pictures
Millions of people.
of every single.
They're not posting. See, this is what you're doing here is you're building.
Wait a minute.
Because now you're claiming something, and I'm claiming something from the same people. So they were
70% of the people
we're gonna need this is like just recently. Where are you getting your data?
not been.
There were
Where is
people,
it?
so there were people that had either been convicted criminals
Billion,
Or
sorry,
they
yeah,
had-
that's what he said.
or like at a stalemate. Because now you're claiming something, and I'm claiming something from the same source. So
70%.
Where is it? Where did he
That's
say
not
the
fair.
photos thing?
at the end of the day, it
Here
is
it is.
what's happening. They literally publish the photos of every.
They literally published. That means post.
Back at me
You're
with
saying they
data that's-
deported hundreds of thousands of people and they post pictures of every single.
They're not posting. See,
Ah, I see. We've unfortunately discovered what I don't know what words mean. So now I'm going to change, fucking amalgamate whatever the fuck I just said, as if publish doesn't mean post. What do you mean?
this is what
You're twisting my words. I didn't mean publish or post. I meant fuck off.
doing here is you're building like this false deflection around it. I didn't say ever.
No, that would not be the correct thing. I think the word there would be straw man if you knew what any of these words means, but apparently he doesn't know what publish means. So.
Everybody. I said they're posting photos of people who are being deported. Yes.
Wait, what? What just happened? This guy could have a conversation with himself. He's like me. High five, buddy. That was Christy Nome in one of the cabinet meetings. She said hundreds of millions because she just took the total weight in kilograms of the fentanyl that was seized and just went, yep, that's all dead people, because literally more than the entire population of the US. But,
So that means that
I guess if we just take this in a strictly, axiomatic mathematical way, and we just line everyone up to take their lethal dose of fentanyl,
they're deporting.
could happen.
Posting, bro. I don't know if you're acting stupid or you're purposely just like
Mm. Someone needs to be slapped.
misconstruing what I'm saying. Yeah.
But here's my argument.
Uh-huh.
Under Barack Obama, of those that were deported under interior removals, 90.
Careful there, buddy. No, they weren't. The last remaining years of his presidency, the criminal conviction rate was high. When Obama first became president, it was about 40%. It climbed its way up slowly, but this is misleading. Not a good way to say this. I feel like the other details there are pretty important. The reason this is actually how it happened as well is not because Barack Obama is suddenly the ICE whisperer. Okay? The reason is because they started running out of people to deport. There was the largest immigration crisis this country ever had was in the early 2000s, before Obama became president. And there was a lot of people to be able to deport. I'm sure someone can tell me more than what I know of what Barack Obama did about ICE policy. I don't think he really changed much. I think it was just refined under his Homeland Secretary, who was very qualified, in my opinion. And it didn't just start out at 92. That's not true.
2% of them were convicted criminals.
He says that as if the entirety of it. So it's just a little misleading. Someone who's knowledgeable in this could make him look really dumb and completely fucking ruin this statement.
Of that 92%, 81% of them were considered tier 1, worst of the worst per se. I think that is something that makes us a lot more safe than literally roaming around to go get grandmas in CVS that speak Spanish or going to that construction.
That's an absolute.
I mean, the other guy's he's fucking dumb. But this guy though, I don't want him to like look stupid, and that would be a mistake, right? Also, this fact check thing on the right. Okay. Yes, 51% of the interior's removals were, wait, what? No, you don't have to go to the Migration Policy Institute. I'm sorry, but just go to ICE's literal website for this. They have all this documentation. Why are we doing this? Why do we have to make it harder and go to some stupid nonprofit? ICE, for all of its shitty fucking shit, okay, has a massive historical fucking, look at this. That was hard. But look, even more. ICE border removals of convicted criminals as a percentage of total ICE border removals. 38%, 45%. So if you were near the border, you didn't have to be a criminal. Started out 67% in 2011. If you go even earlier, like I said, it's not a fucking 92. That's all I'm going to say. Okay? Why the fuck are we using a fact check from some stupid nonprofit fucking thing when we can just literally go to the archives on federal government websites? This isn't hard, man. Whatever. Pisses me off. But the reason deportations slowed down is because we deported a shit ton of people. It's literally hard to find people when you get rid of 400. That's like almost 2.5 million people. It's not like an infinite amount of illegal immigrants, right? And over time, okay, the longer it takes to find an illegal immigrant, right? Like, let's say they came 2003 during that immigration thing. If it's been 10 years now, we're way less likely to deport them because we feel like they have a life here. In 2008, that not so much. So the reason deportations went down is not because Obama's the ICE whisperer. Okay. It's just like logic. Use your brain. If it's been 13 years, we're not really gonna deport them as much. Like, okay, this guy's got a family now. He's supporting kids who are in school. Like, we'll let this guy stay. Right? And then 92% removals were criminals at that point because, if they had a criminal conviction, then we didn't let them stay, whether or not they had kids. Anyways, back to this fucking numbnut.
On a job site.
That's an absolutely false narrative because that's actually
that's just what the facts say.
That's
the
not
facts
what's
just
happening.
don't really care about reality.
See, this is common with what the left.
I actually hate this guy. Deportations are necessary. I do think the U.S. I think I'm reading your comment. I don't care. Following our legal process, we deport people. Yeah. So okay. Yeah. Deportation is necessary. And so are borders, right? I don't know if you watched the debate the other night when I was trying to explain this concept to the panel about how wages are intrinsically linked to borders and how if we just like got rid of those things, then the wages in this country would just fucking destructively implode because we have a contained labor market in this country. So if you just get rid of a border and let anyone come into the labor market we have, it's going to then create a lot of demand for the job, which then means employers don't have to pay you as much. Wages go down then. They don't have to worry. Okay, especially if it's unskilled labor. So the thing is that deportation is necessary, but the U.S. could easily accommodate even the immigration crisis we had, okay, so you know about E-Verify, which is cool. E-Verify, though, there's a problem with E-Verify that, and this is the reason that we can never pass it, okay? Because it's been, both sides want to pass E-Verify, right? If you know about it, right, it was made in 1998. It's a government website that any business can use right now to see if they are employing an illegal immigrant or seeing if someone is an illegal immigrant. And we don't mandate it, right? But there's a problem right now. We have about 15 million illegal immigrants, 14 million in this country, I want to say. And we can just use spending data to figure that out mostly. You know, energy spending, food spending, housing, all the basic things that humans need is a very easy way to know exactly how many illegal immigrants there are. We can't like literally say there's 32,291, but if there's like a fucking, 1 million more bags of hot Cheetos, sorry, sold in like one city, we're like, it's a little weird. Probably more people than we think. So really easy to approximate this, okay? But when it comes to E-Verify, the reason it can't get passed right now is because what would happen to the 14 million people who are here illegally if we mandated E-Verify tomorrow? Like if we just made it a law that companies had to use E-Verify. And this is really the problem with that both sides can't agree on. Republicans literally introduce this bill every fucking week, and the Democrats do it every other week. And it comes down to the same fucking, we don't want to give them amnesty, because if you do that, then all of them will just be unemployed. The fee can be extreme, but the federal government never even enforces it. So I think the government needs to punish employers more, for sure. So we need to mandate E-Verify. But in fact, I actually wrote about this if you'd like to see that. Because I have like a solution, I guess you could say. This is my solution to this problem. And it makes some people upset because they have to just swallow their pride or whatever they think the pride is that they are talking with. And that pride is going to be, it's unfair that they get amnesty, right? Like it's that fucking annoying thing. So this is what I wrote for this. Why is this still here? You suck. I'll put it in chat for you too if you want. So yeah. I mean, it's low hanging fruit. The idea of the other, right? The idea of the other, we had good times, then other people came, and the good times are no longer there, and that's fucking cyclical life. It's just a fact of reality, but people don't want to take accountability. People want to look for that easy answer, and the easy answer is everything was fine before fucking they showed up, right? It's just, it's far too pathetic for me, but 100%, because companies are pretty much like guarantee jobs for illegal immigrants. Like, who is actually at fault here? Illegal immigrants are coming to supply for a demand, and the demand is our companies in this country get away with fucking everything. They literally, at this point, because of the stupid 1980s, neoclassical economic renaissance, where Milton Friedman whispered into the ears of presidents for like 2 decades, that experiment hasn't worked, man. And now companies, in my opinion, have far too much undeserved freedom. I'm not saying that we need to like not have private companies. I think mixed economies are good. It's just, why the fuck are we punishing the people who come to fill a need in which the people here are just abusing and asking for it? It's like, just fucking punish the company. No illegal immigrant would come here if they know they couldn't get a job. They're not going to come here to be homeless. But they do come here if they know that some shitty restaurant owner is going to then take advantage of them and, ask for them. And then we are like, fuck the brown person in that scenario. It's like, dude, he's kind of just fulfilling a need from some piece of shit guy. It's like we need to find the guy, and then we'll have less illegal immigration if people know they can't get a job. That's a fact. And I do make that question and the answer here at the end. But the main way to do this is secure the border, which Trump has shown he can do, but it needs to be done through a law. I also point out that because we gave $175 billion more dollars to DHS in that new continuing resolution, we could take a fraction of that and just fix the fucking immigration system and not even worry about it. And my other point for this is, if the border is secure, which Trump has shown it kind of is, why the fuck is DHS getting $175 billion to do what? Secure what? It's already secure. Anyways, reappropriate that money, fix the immigration system through a bill. Pathways to citizenship. This is mandatory. They're a part of the economy already. Most illegal immigrants. They consume, which means they definitely contribute for taxation. They also pay taxes. A lot of people think they don't pay taxes, but we have a literal fucking number for illegal immigrants, okay? You can get this guy, and it's made specifically for them. We do not let illegal immigrants not pay taxes. If illegal immigrants do not pay taxes, we come and find them. The IRS doesn't fuck around. So illegal immigrants pay taxations through, okay, the TIN number, this guy. This is specifically made for someone who doesn't have a social security number, okay? So an ITIN, sorry, is a tax processing number only available for certain non-resident aliens, okay? So if you make money, which we know because you need a bank account to get an apartment, you need a bank account to get a car loan, all of these things you need to prove you can do, right? And we send that to the IRS. So if you're an illegal immigrant and you think you can get away with not paying taxes, they'll fuck you. Like, they'll come find you. They'll be like, how are you like putting 10,000 into your bank account? What's going on here? How are you putting 30,000 over a year? You pay taxes on that or what? Here's the TIN number, pay taxes. And then we leave them alone. So illegal immigrants pay taxes completely. So they're completely a part of the economy. They get no benefits for it, by the way, just to be clear. But the benefit is not being deported. And then removing illegal immigrants by mass deportation, if we just didn't give pathways for people living here, like illegal immigrants who are already here. I mean, it's like shooting yourself in the foot to try and win a mile. You're going to lose to the dude over there who's just like, I think I'm just going to miss breakfast. It sucks, but it'll be okay. It'll be far worse if I just try and literally spend every dollar known to man and try and do this mass deportation idea with 14 million people, trillions of dollars we're talking about, is economically suicidal, right? And ethically bankrupt. And I just say vibes and fifis. That's how I respond to people who are like, oh my God, it's unfair. Fuck you, vibes and fifis. Get the fuck out of here. That's my answer. And then E-Verify. Once these two things are done, we can do E-Verify. We can mandate companies to use E-Verify. And I think what would happen is less illegal immigrants would even come, because if they know companies cannot hire them or they'll be punished for it, then we've probably solved a lot of the illegal immigration problems in this country. But this will never happen. Unfortunately, the decisions on this stuff get made off of the most important line here, which I should have bolded. The vibes and the fifis. Great.
Left does. You guys just
The left loves
fabricate-
facts.
But if you'd like, feel free to critique my writing too. I'm always looking for people to tell me or give me constructive stuff on my writing because I write a lot in my Obsidian. I haven't really done it lately though.
No,
That's kind of how that goes.
again, that's not what you guys do at all. What for anybody watching at home, this is what they do. They get a piece of data.
Appeal to an audience that's through a camera. Bro. Are you not entertained?
They fabricate
What a fucking loser, dude.
a narrative
data.
around it, and then they try to sell it to you as a truth.
For people at home, I am terribly losing this argument, so I'm going to try and make sure that I use every abusive tactic and bad faith argumentation that possibly could be done in a debate to try and salvage whatever piece of dignity I have left.
Truth, when in fact
This
it's
is your
not.
data.
We're clapping, bro.
So
Your data.
I mean,
This is
I came here.
This is Trump's own website.
I came
I
here
don't really
with.
know
No, it's not.
I came here with a piece of data.
Shit. I think I saw that fallacy. I've never seen someone appeal to the audience, like use that fallacy through a camera, bro. I'll let the audience decide.
You completely rewrote it in real time.
No, I
unless you're like streaming, I guess, but
the facts.
You completely rewrote
it's
it.
still a stupid move. It's just make an argument, bro.
I mean, I'm surprised you ran for Congress. You're one of the most disingenuous.
Ooh. Man. I'm far too angry of a person to fucking... The respect in this conversation has just like ended. I'd probably be standing up being like, you want to fucking go outside, dude? I can fucking make that hair more oily if you'd like.
Most honest people that I've ever met in my entire life. I was literally taken aback.
He's looking at the camera again, bro. I would actually beat the fuck out of this guy.
I was like, how? Like, I looked this up yesterday. How is this guy
When words don't work anymore.
sitting here lying so blatantly? You should be ashamed. No, seriously, dude. And I can see it in your face. No, you literally just sat here and lied. And you're like breaking down in real time.
I think I'm doing pretty
It's
good.
so
Bro, this guy needs a beating. I volunteer, dude.
I just
incredibly
had to say so
so
myself.
tell me, why are you so in favor of criminals being in this country?
He is. He literally is. I think you're right. This is... Might as well just change his legal name, I think, to a new fallacy. The appeal to all of them. Like, what?
I just told you that 70% of the
Holy straw man, bro. What the fuck?
people that Trump is supporting literally are not convicted criminals for interior removals. I mean,
This is not how you respond to this. He does. No, I like Tyler. I've noticed he does this extremely weird personal attack thing, especially in his openings. When I don't think he needs to. If I think you're talking about the same Tyler, right? Where he tries to like demean or undermine the legitimacy of his opponent, and it's not even like against me. I feel like it's such a pathetic move to do. There's no reason to do it, right? Someone who's going to be prepared in a debate is not going to point out fallacies when they're in the middle of a debate. They just know how to like react to them. So like this here right now, when this guy just strawmanned him, you don't need to go, look, my opponent strawmanned me. All you need to do is just say, I never said that. When did I say that? It's just like, you don't need to say anything else, man. Like, this is not how you handle this either, but I'm pretty sure Tyler fucking hates me for that because every time he tries to put me on this thing. Yeah. Yeah, he is intelligent though, right? It's and I do enjoy talking with him. I feel like he is a little ideologically captured. I mean, he literally debated me on the topic of does Trump support Ukraine more than Biden? I'm just, huh? Literally the next day it's just like a massive fucking Trump stops all long-range missiles to Ukraine. Just like I like posted it into our little private chat, and I was like, "Can we retroactively like include this?" Or like, how we feeling now? You change your mind? Holy fuck, bro! So I don't know why he. I don't know. I mean, I have a lot of conservative friends who I talk with often. A few of them are like extremely hesitant of Trump, but they just can't just go, yeah, fuck, he's wrong. It's just mind-numbingly annoying. I know it is. I had private conversations with him to where it wasn't a performance anymore, right? So I know what it is. It wasn't just a debate prompt. It was like he asked for that debate prompt. I don't even know how it even came up. And then Horseradish was like, this one's like a personal vendetta. And I'm like, huh? What? wait. It's like he literally asked Horseradish, like, we need to debate this one that we had in our private DMs. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. So I don't think it was much of a performance. But he is a good debater and he's very intelligent. I just don't know how any sane person could, logically like twist themselves into like taking the position, unless they just have a hard time rejecting themselves. I don't know.
I don't understand. What about?
But he does have a bad habit of doing that in the openings of his debates for sure. Yeah. And said that Biden, like there was a little bit of an appeal to ignorance by him, right? Where if you state something, you can make a really good bad faith argumentation tactic is to, if you know a lot of knowledge and you know your opponent doesn't know some esoteric part of it, you can appeal to their ignorance to make them look like they're not prepared, right? And that's kind of what he tried to do in that situation. Because obviously I can't know everything. But all you have to do in those situations is just kind of ask if they know or what it means. Tell me, right? And if they do, then they do. If they don't, I mean, then you saw what happened. Yeah. Yep. And I was like reading it on stream. I'm like, do I have to fucking read this, man? I thought you were going to tell me. He also misnamed the bill, right? So I didn't know what he was talking about at first. I was like, huh? What is going on? And I don't know. I do wish he would just stop relying on the weird negative, like undermining little comments in his openings, because his openings are really good. But I think they just like take second seat or like the second solo compared to like when those few moments come out where you're just like, fucking it just ruins the whole thing, man. You know who else does that is Andrew Wilson. Yeah, Andrew Wilson does that a lot. I mean, he must watch a lot of him, but it's just like, my opponent's probably going to bring up this argument, which is used pretty often by stupid people, and I've anticipated this because I am a wizard, and it's also fallacious in X, Y, and Z, and due to the constraints, it's like, bro, argue your position, please. Stop. Fucking weird.
So he's just you really buy into that narrative that little grandmas are walking around. Oh my God! Oh, let's get grandma. Let's kick her out of the country.
That's literally what they're doing.
Beating the narrative is important in a debate, but if your entire opening is literally just, my opponent's probably going to bring X, Y, and Z, and this is why it's wrong using X, Y, and Z, you fucking doing it wrong.
How they're doing. Say one case like that.
I would just stop talking to this guy.
Of what?
The respect for this conversation's gone. I'd either fight this guy or I tell him to stand the fuck up and let someone else sit down.
One case of the little grandma standing at the taco stand getting deported.
Yeah, no, I'd 100%. I'd probably be like, this guy needs to go, or I'm actually going to fucking kill him on.
You can't cite it. There we go. There we go. You can't cite.
Are you denying the fact that
no? I'm holding you to account because that's the narrative you're just running with, and then you can't cite a specific example.
What I'm telling you.
Again, this man is deeply disingenuous. Thank God you're out of politics. We don't need more lying politicians like you.
What we don't need.
We don't need more lying.
He's twitching. Did you see that? The eye twitch.
We don't need more lying politicians like you.
His fucking lips are twitching, bro. I've never been in this situation. Oh man, the stiff upper lip and the twitching. Man, this is a new experiment for him, isn't it?
We don't need
Literally shaking.
Don't need more
come
lying
on and
politicians
just
like you.
go
I'm
and
running
try
for
to-
Congress too. I'm actually
running
still
for
in the
Congress?
race. Yes. In
Okay.
Hollywood, Glendale, Burbank, and Pasadena.
You're not fucking winning those areas, bro.
We need people who tell the truth. We don't need liars like you.
When this episode comes out and they show the fact check, and
Oh man, I was really hoping he would be like, when this episode is over, I hope I meet you outside and fucking wreck you, bro.
you are miserably wrong, as you clearly
I'm not going to
are.
be wrong.
And they
because I
show
looked it up.
this is going to be really beautiful when America gets to
You're
watch the
looking at
fact
the
that
clock.
the person running to be
You're
your
looking at
next
the clock.
congressman literally cannot read data.
This guy's breaking
Because
down in real time. He's like
70%
looking at the clock. He's like, please
the
get me out of here.
I think I'm doing pretty
You looked
good.
at the clock, dude. You're breaking down in real time. I can see your face is like twitching.
We've come literally all the way through every tactic I could think of because projection was not exactly done yet, but I guess the show must go on. Literally twitching.
You're breaking down in real time. I can see your face is like twitching.
I think I'm just chilling
You don't seem like it.
because here's a reality.
Oh my god, he's trying to gaslight him now too? Holy fuck. X-Rocks, what are we watching? Why would they even let this air?
Is that under Barack Obama, we know that we focus more.
He needs to stop having a conversation with him. I haven't. This guy has way more tolerance and patience than me, man. Like conversations and the respect that's needed to even have them are not unconditional, man. This guy is worthless at this point. I would have destroyed the fucking dialogue a long time ago. He fucking deserves it.
Under convicted criminals, and you guys just aren't. I'm sorry that the numbers don't back up what you're talking about, but that's just
they
the
literally
reality.
do. They literally do.
This is just going to be just so beautiful because when they show this fact check, we're just going to, I guess, one of us is going to go viral over this, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Pause.
How can a guy be so confident in something and be so wrong?
I think we paused.
Pause.
Yes, 100%. It's something more people need to be better at is just like when someone is already like disrespecting the dialogue with you, like you don't have to continue it, man. You're not being an asshole if you destroy the dialogue. Like this guy, in my opinion, is what he kept going to is elevated to I'm gonna like fucking kill you right now unless you leave this fucking building. Like he definitely deserves it.
Okay. Well,
What do you mean? Okay, well, bro. You thought you were gonna get the whole timer?
This is going to be a great fact. How can a guy be so confident in something? This is going to be a great fact check, I will say.
Hey, it's great to meet you.
Good to see you, brother.
I'm going to start saying something that might not make everyone else like me, but I actually think you've been real honest during this conversation.
Wow. When you're so bad, the next dude who comes up literally apologizes for you. Maybe I see why Jubilee kept this in. He looks directly at him. He's like, you do not represent. He's literally looking past him. He's just looking at the guy. And I'm like, you what the fuck, bro?
And so, but I want to start with, I don't know if it's 30 or if it's 70% as y'all were debating, but
It's neither. It's 24.2.
even if it's 30,
That other guy, I try to be really careful when I talk about people I don't know, like legitimately don't know. But for my first impression, I think that guy sucks. I think he gives off a lot of probably traits and qualities of a person I just would never want to hang out with and never talk to longer than like a conversation of duties at work.
percent shouldn't all
I'd probably, threaten to like hurt the dude if he ever tried to talk to me like that, so he probably wouldn't talk to me.
All of those 30% be deported?
Here's the problem.
I'm totally sane, by the way. I have no anger problems. I'm not a problem. We're
Is
good.
that ICE has a certain amount of resources. Just like, for example, police
All
officers.
arguments here.
We have a lot of our officers focusing on violent crime. So when it comes to the limited resources that ICE has, I would say that it would make more sense.
What? What? ICE does not have limited resources. What are we talking about? Wait, I need to hear that again.
Here's the problem.
30%? Shouldn't all of those 30% be deported?
No. There are different types of criminal convictions. Here, we can do this really fast. Let's say an illegal immigrant who's been here 10 years, you know, has like a family and stuff, right? Steals a candy bar, gets a theft charge. Criminal. Let's say an illegal immigrant brutally fucking assaults and murders a young girl. Been here 5 years, 8 years, doesn't have a family. Maybe he does, doesn't matter. Should both of these people be considered the same situation? I'm not sure. What is the actual effect of getting rid of the guy who just stole a fucking candy bar? If it relates to whether or not the kids who are citizens will have income, be able to go to school still, have a stable life. I mean, shut the fuck up, bro. What are you talking about? How can we be this stupid? Like, do we have like no capacity to understand that someone who murders or does a violent crime is probably not the same as someone who does just a criminal act? And contextually, because we have fucking courts who can, like, I don't know, look at the context, we can determine that maybe we don't need to deport this person because they've been here 10 years and have American kids who are citizens and a life. I don't know. It's just a thought. But here we are, giving this false fucking dichotomy where the only options are 30% and 70%. Don't you fucking want to get rid of criminals, bro? Like, that's the fucking reality we live in.
Here's the problem. Is that ICE has a certain amount of resources.
Yeah,
Just
none of this is rational.
Like, for example, police officers.
I don't want to fucking deport a dude who stole a candy bar, who's been here 10 years and has kids. If it, you know, if he continues to steal candy bars to an extreme or like a point at which, you know, the courts decide, fuck, he's got to go, then shame on him, man. But like, really? Why the fuck would we do that? You know, like that these people are like foaming at the mouth because California doesn't hand over every single illegal immigrant that comes through the system. And it's like, dude, they just didn't show up for a parking ticket. Go fuck yourself. Why the fuck would we ruin an entire family for like a fucking parking ticket? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would we hand him over to ICE?
Have a lot of our officers focusing
like, what are we doing?
on violent crime. So when it comes to the limited resources that ICE has, I would say that it would make more sense to go after the worst of the worst.
Yes.
Violent terrorists that are in this country. We focus more on those folks under Barack.
I mean, the baseline is that, and then the focus is that. Somewhere along the line, it still was the focus under Trump's first term, sort of. Trump didn't have the ability yet to like do what he's doing now, where he, with impunity, is just like creating his own SA underneath the government somehow. Totally didn't expect that. But it's definitely not the focus now. But it was the focus for a while. ICE has a lot of legal issues with accidentally being stupid as fuck and like apprehending citizens, costing us a lot of money. Being stupid as fuck, yeah, that's usually the biggest one. Because they don't realize that like no one carries their citizenship on them, you know? Oh yeah. We're there though. Again, one of the reasons I started streaming is because I'm actually, when Trump won the election again, I was fucking like freaking the fuck out again. And it's not because I'm fear-mongering. It's just, I know personally, like with all of the conviction in my fucking body that we're in a dangerous position right now and people could and probably will die over it, right? I am not okay with that. I can't. So we're at that point though. mean, he's been doing it for 12 years, and the problem with the normalization stuff is that he definitely exacerbated it. He took like the Republican fear of immigration and then put a fascist spin on it, and that was like kind of all it took to like kindle that fucking like that little ember, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm just, I cannot say for certain that the United States will, you know, continue down a wholly fascist path and murder 80 million people in a global war like the Nazis did. I can't say that, and that's actually one of the biggest problems with fascism is the uncertainty surrounding it, but yeah, with no replacement either. See, Roe v. Wade, before I get off topic though, because that's an interesting case. I think it's actually unconstitutional and it should be a standard, not a rule. And it was ruled on inappropriately because we could make it a standard, which is ideally how any of these types of things should be done. But they didn't. They just want to ban abortion. They don't want like an actual fucking outcome, or maybe codify it into a law. That would be smart. I mean, we should have fucking abortion rights codified in the law by this point. But like we can't legislate and give citizenship based on, you know, the fucking faith of maybe a soul being inside the cell zygote of a fetus, and then try and give governmental rights, you know, prescribe those rights that we describe from our reality, right, onto a fetus inside of someone. It's not fucking remotely possible, and every time we try to do it, it just ends up with more dead women, more horrible families, more horrible family outcomes, and then more dead fetuses. So it's just like, but the thing I wanted to finish on the fascism part is that I don't really know again if like 80 million people will die, but what I do know is that I don't need 80 million people to fucking die in a global war for me to know that is wrong and know that it's not good. I don't need that. I can make my decision using, I mean, the history I've read, my knowledge of the subject, and then my personal conviction and my ideology that recognizes is that it's mainly destructive coming from the Trump administration, what I'm seeing. And that's usually a candle that burns at both ends, right? Doesn't last long, and it's not pretty. It burns bright, though. And I don't really want that. I don't want to break anything. I think liberal democracy is strong. Could be better, but yeah. He would. I mean, I say this on stream a lot. I don't know if you've heard me say it too much. I'm sure other people who hear me say it a lot are probably just like, God, it's that again. But I feel like the biggest thing I want people to take away from my stream is when people tell you who they are, you need to listen to them. And Trump has told us who he is every day. He's been alive. Do not make justifications for people who are, especially people who are in like elite positions, make policy or in power. There's no jokes when we're dealing with that. You need to listen to people when they tell you who they are. Trump tells us who he is every fucking day. So. Washington is actually a really interesting figure. He's kind of like a complicated founding father, right? I mean, obviously, if I talk to undergraduate progressive kids, mainly I hear about the realities of them finding out about early colonial slave founding father stuff. But beyond that, I feel like he was a pretty complicated and had like a man with a lot of conviction. There is a lot of misinformation about him as well. So
Obama's
He's definitely a cool, important figure in my opinion.
administration. And I think that it makes more sense to go after those folks now, because currently what we're seeing is an ICE that's literally going to go get folks blanket across the country. It's
We're literally going into churches and like elementary schools and stealing like 5-year-old children. Yes. And then we're being told we're only going after the rapists and murderers who somehow were released from prisons for free, given a plane ticket for free and a bus ticket through the jungle. And then somehow we know that happened and we're trusting the dictatorships, like the dictatorship in which we just captured the leader of. I'm pretty sure Trump said Venezuela dumped their prisoners into the U.S. So we're trusting his comments, I guess, that he did that, and we're just supposed to believe that we are just going after these violent, magical unicorn Trendagua motherfuckers who I guess are fucking like Michael Phelps, but also Usain Bolt at the same time, because they made it here pretty fast, and there's a lot of them. I mean, some of them are from Africa, apparently. They just like fucking skipped across the ocean, it seems.
leading to so many mistakes, like, for example, the grads.
I don't know who bought their plane tickets, so they must have just fucking literally, water spouted across.
For example, I'm sorry, the student that was a
He was. I mean, wasn't his first fucking battle at that fort with where he was like undermanned against the French, and it was like the worst conditions fucking possible. He negotiated like the fucking he lost the battle, right? And negotiated like the remaining amount of his men to live with him, and then I don't know, he definitely, it was young too. He was young. He got promoted really fast because he was really smart. And then he was like leading that small, I don't know what size it was, but he definitely has a lot of stories about how he didn't have enough men, or militia wasn't up to par. He was apparently like a military genius, or like a really aware intellectual young kid. So he got promoted, I think at like 21 or something. He was really young.
college student.
Actually, I want to look that up. He became a leader in the army very young, or I can't remember what we called it back then, but Washington Fort battle, first one. Fort Necessity, that's what it was. Yeah, this is what it was. Was first military combat experience, who was later selected as commander of the Continental Army. All right, where are you, George? Yeah, 21-year-old Virginia lieutenant colonel. So he was a lieutenant colonel at 21 years old. Fucking wild. It's very young, I think. Yeah, he like apparently negotiated the safety of his soldiers, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because he was like surrounded. He didn't have enough men or something. And how many men did he have? He only had like fucking 50 or something, I thought, right? How many men was it? Oh, here it is. It was French in Great Britain. 100 regulars, 293 provincials, so regulars, 600, so definitely a little bit outnumbered there. But they most definitely lost the battle, and then he somehow, I guess, negotiated a lot of them to live. Because the Indians wanted to fucking start scalping them, apparently. I could be misquoting part of it,
That
but
was literally detained in an ISIS.
he's a very interesting individual.
Well, I'm sorry, the student that was a college student in Georgia that was literally detained in an ISIS detention facility for 2 weeks, literally as a result of a mistaken identity. I don't think that that's something that keeps us more safe in this country.
Mm-hmm. There you go. There you go. So the claim, I forgot about his claim, because the first guy didn't even engage with his claim. because his claim is really good. This argument works not just for illegal immigrants. It's like impenetrable if you just bring up the fact that literally 2 American citizens were executed in the fucking streets of our country. How the fuck is that more safe? I've never heard of ICE ever doing that before. I mean, Minneapolis is not more safe. And whether or not you think that the violence ICE is doing is justified, that would still prove the claim that it is not more safe. There's no winning here, right? So
can we start with points of agreement? I think that might be useful. Can we?
I wish he would notice that, because like, even if these people think the violence against Minneapolis is justified, that is a positive amount of violence, thereby making it less safe. It's just very logically easy to point out. There's no way to fucking win this claim against him.
Regardless of how we get there, can we agree that those 30% who got deported,
Like, if I was on the other side right now, I would probably say that the claim is impossible to prove wrong.
should have been deported?
Maybe if it said in the future, it might be less safe.
The what? The convicted criminals?
Convicted criminals.
Yes.
Which you said is 30.
Yes.
Someone said it was 70. Whatever.
Yes.
So we start there. Okay.
Yes.
So now we have to talk about the remaining, I'm going to say 70%.
Yes.
Because I believe your stat. To me, it seems that those people are also making our civilization unsafe because they
Literally no way to prove that. Straight up, no way to prove that. Oh yeah, ISIS, the whole situation is pretextual. They gave the game away already, right? Like, I was told by Tyler in one of the more recent open panels, if you remember, I was asking Tyler, I'm like, how many illegal immigrants are even in Minnesota? And he goes, that's not what matters. They're there to do enforcement. And I'm like, how many illegal immigrants there, Tyler? He's like, no, that doesn't matter. They're doing enforcement. And I'm like, okay. I mean, it's only 100,000. That's like, such a small percentage that the amount of ICE there seems a little weird. Seems like they're just trying to pretextually create an environment in which they can retaliate, but I don't know. It's not like I can say that's in an official writing. And then Pam Bondi the next day, we'll take ICE out if you give us your voter rolls. Okay, Bondi, thank you for giving the game away. I wish I knew that yesterday. I could have shat all over him. I was told this was about immigration enforcement. I didn't know it was about fucking voter rolls. Like, what? See, the thing is that Donald Trump didn't participate in the action of insurrection. He definitely committed a felony, though, and in my opinion, a very bad one, which is a criminal conspiracy to obstruct a government function, which is voting, a protected government function. But Trump wasn't there literally at the Capitol, so you can't really prove he was committing insurrection. But he did plan a conspiracy to obstruct a protected fundamental government function. That's a actual crime that he was indicted on in the Jack Smith reports. So yeah. I mean, but that's what Jack Smith indicted him with. But Jack Smith did not indict him with insurrection for that reason. He did, in my opinion, I think his First Amendment rights were not protected because, again, you cannot use your First Amendment rights to then sabotage or disrupt a government function, okay, which is what he did. Those are not protected words. I can't, like, as you just said, tell people to go march to the Capitol, and then as it's happening, continue to, stoke the flame. And then when the flame fucking finally goes out and the fire department comes to me and goes, why were you fucking, like, stoking that shit, man? We saw you. What's going on here? And you go, so? Like, no, not how this works. Like, all of the internal stuff, like, at first, I was of the opinion that it was not, like, Trump didn't do anything illegal. But, I mean, come on. After the January 6th committee, which, by the way, was led by a Republican Trump supporter, and Adam Kinzinger on it was also a Trump supporter. Most of the people on the Republican side were Trump supporters, and they then discovered the fact that Trump literally tried to steal the election with massive plot schemes all over the place, unorganized, some more organized, tons of internal messaging. It's just, they all decided that, oh, wow, he actually did. I'm not going to support him anymore. And here we are today. Biden had to give them blanket pardons because Trump never forgets that he was investigated by fucking patriots. But, weird of me to say that about Liz Cheney, by the way. I'm not really sure if she deserves that. As far as I know, she's not Dick Cheney. She hasn't shot her, like, cousin in the face or butt or whatever. But Xbox, if you'd like, I do have the Jack Smith indictments. Unless you've already read it, you seem like you're pretty informed. Jack Smith chose to not attempt to charge him with that because it is unfortunately legally not really applicable to him. But he was gonna be fucked because of the other ones. The other ones were still just as bad. I mean, it's just the fact that the insurrection charge is pretty specific. Like, you'd have to be participating in the action, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I mean, they did a good job, man. I honestly have a lot of respect for Adam Kinzinger. A lot. I feel like that man needs to be listened to more. And I think he would be a good conservative voice, represent conservatism really well in the United States right now. But he's not the popular one, and that's because he's not a populist. He is noticing that he needs to make a statement online, which is something that I wish academia and Democrats learned how to do. They're finally figuring it out. I mean, never too late, I guess. But I wish anyone who wants to try and understand like real conservatism, because there's a lot of things I disagree with Adam on, and I always have. His voting record would probably show that. I disagree with a lot of people though. But when I listen to him talk about his conservative ideals, I do like identify with it in a way. Like I'm not really someone who discounts, libertarianism even. I think libertarianism has great ideological like points to it. It's just people don't know how to stop taking their ideological basis too far, where they just become Fantasyland libertarians, where they're like, fucking, we're just gonna make Gulliver's Gulch and Ayn Rand and fuck each other underneath like a stupid dome. And you're like, oh my god, fucking, why are you a you're just a unicorn man, bro? You're not serious. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? We can't just literally get rid of everything, dude. Learn the other half of the word freedom, you fuck. But my point is that I think if you want to understand conservatism in the modern day, from like a political perspective, from someone who has political experience, he's good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Trump, unfortunately, is that opportunistic asshole, man. They did, because they let him fly too close, and then, or in this case, I guess, they were Icarus and they flew really close to the sun because they knew Trump was really, really fun, and then those wings melted. Trump literally, the second the RNC was like trying to distance from him, was like, fuck you, I don't care, I'll make my own fucking party. You forgot, I'm a self-interested piece of garbage. And then the Democrats could have had that happen to him. Bernie was very popular. Bernie could have done the same thing. But Bernie's not a piece of shit. So, here we are. Bernie has a conscience. And Bernie went, what's good for me is not good for everyone. And he endorsed the candidate that he disagreed with, because Bernie doesn't want to rule the fucking country. He wants to help the country. And I will fight anyone who thinks that I'm being too kind to Bernie, because that dude has been literally wearing his heart on his sleeve in Congress since before I was fucking born. And I see it. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, no, he is. I mean, consistency is like, I don't care if people change their views. What's more important than like having like a consistent viewpoint is when you do have a viewpoint, you are confident in it and you have conviction, but you are not succumb to it, right? Like you don't have a dogma. Like when you change positions because someone, makes you think differently and you have to like reject yourself, when you come to the new viewpoint, you still need to have a lot of conviction in what you believe, right? And Bernie has never been one that I can see to be like, oh, what's advantageous to me now? Like Trump, held a gay pride flag on his 2016 campaign trail because he's like, a few gays might make me win. Like what? And then, now he has like 500 5-year-old girls sitting like the White House as he signs like a bill that targets like 2 trans people, implying that like all the little girls are in danger. It's just completely different people, guys. Okay. I thought I was watching Stalin. Yeah, Biden did that. If I'm not mistaken, Obama also did that. Even if they still disagree with it, which I'm pretty sure Biden did. Obama, I'm not really, his opinions weren't really there. There's a lot of media that reports that, like in 2008, that he started taking gay marriage seriously because it was popular. And I think it kind of assumes too much about Obama. I don't really think he had a lot of opinions on gay marriage before that. I think those were mainly created. He just didn't talk about it really. I'm assuming he probably had like a lukewarm one though. He probably didn't really care that much, right? But he noticed when it was politically expedient, yeah. And a lot of people ran with the idea that Obama like changed his mind. I'm not really too sure about that. Obama to me seems like someone who, like Biden's like a diehard Catholic guy, and it took him a long time to fucking overcome that one. he definitely, he's like the longest serving senator in the history of this country, and he's I'm pretty sure he also is not very wealthy. Biden, for being called corrupt as fuck, is like one of the least wealthy individuals in Congress, or like to leave Congress or be in politics. And he also is the longest tenured one. So very crazy to think that Biden just never tried to grab wealth. I find that fascinating, how you could be the longest fucking tenured political agent in the U.S. history, pretty much, and then probably leave with the least amount of money. I never understood the fucking claims of him being corrupt. I mean, his son was a drug addict, I guess, but I don't really think Biden needs to hear that. He knows that. The dude lost a lot actually too, right? Like he lost his first wife and his daughter in a car accident, like 1960 fucking something. I mean, can't imagine what that would be like, and then continue on to fucking go through life. So, yeah. Kushner, I swear to God, man, like he made that off of the real estate deal, right? But he was caught trying to sell fucking, or was it Charles Kushner trying to sell the fucking nuclear secrets to fucking Saudi Arabia? We're all wondering what was in Trump's fucking bathroom, bro. We're all like, oh, I wonder what it could be. No one can talk about it. It's like super secret level. There's probably like photocopies of it. Selling it to the highest bidder. People all suck.
Promote a culture of lawlessness. When you have a set of a category.
All right, I have a really good VST right now, okay? You ready for some super sick fucking strings?
Of person who
I'm gonna make these people sound fucking like they're in a movie.
By definition an outlaw, they themselves have to be afraid of the police for normal things. And they encourage their friends then to be afraid of the police for normal things. And so you create a culture where people are afraid of the police because of things that have nothing to do with them. And so when these people are around, they actually make it such that the people near them can't be pro-police. And so if you deport the people who aren't criminals themselves, but who exist as a category of outlaw, and you remove this outlaw category, you no longer have this semi-enforced law situation, and then we can move to a place where we have fully enforced law. And so I think that we both agree that less crime is good, like obviously, and I think that the best way to get rid of crime is to police crime. When you punish criminals, they stop doing crime.
I've never understood how fucking stupid people are when they think this. No amount of psychological, evidence, or just the field of psychology in general, or like any figment of reality that does exist will ever convince these people that retribution is literally the last thing on those people's minds whenever they fucking do any crime. But I still have to hear fucking retards say this as if like it's the truest thing on the planet. No, bro. When someone is murdering a woman or like a dude, or like a sexual assault happens, they are not going, I wonder how many cops are roaming the street right now. I wonder how long my prison sentence will be. What the fuck, dude? I don't know how this is still a thing. No one does this. No one. More cops generally means you get more petty, because cops want to find something to do. So they'll find like, drugs in people's cars when they pull them over. And then you're like, oh my God, they're a criminal. And you're like, do we really need to fuck over some dude's life because of like, his like heroin addiction? I don't know. Now he's never going to get a job. He's going to go back into fucking the prison system because we literally let employers know that. And now you've created an institutional criminal. And this circular fucking nonstop constant bullshit is just so fun to hear over and over and over again. Exactly. There's an ought here. And the ought is in direct opposition to how many fucking dudes in a uniform are across the street. Ontologically, I am suppressed. As soon as a man in blue, fucking big ass, fit, where am I going with this?
But you need people to believe in
I'm not going to steal if I'm okay.
the police. You need people to love the police. You need people to want to be safe.
Do undocumented immigrants commit less crime than American citizens?
Yes. Now, why do they do this? It's not because they want to randomly or inherently they commit less crimes. It is because an undocumented immigrant knows that the fastest way to be removed from this country is to probably commit a crime. So they make a concerted effort to avoid that. It's not because they're inherently less criminal, but I wonder what this guy's going to say, because he might just bring up like Laken Riley and be like, but what about this brutal murder and the mom in which we paraded in front of everyone on the State of the Union and routinely abuse psychologically, who just needs to grieve? We need to hear the fact that her daughter was raped brutally over and over and over again, because that's definitely good for her. What about that? And you're like, the fuck are we doing?
I think it's probably true. But the problem is that
Well, this guy doesn't agree.
if they get caught up in...
So if they commit less crime, then how does that fill the narrative that you're referring to?
All crime from someone who's here illegally is technically unacceptable. So the problem I have with this argument is that it relies on, one, it's too far away from his claim, but two, it relies on something that is kind of paradoxical to what it means when we think about laws in general. We really shouldn't accept the idea that someone can be here illegally and kill someone. But what the problem here is actually what people do here. And they take an identity or a perceived identity, and then they extrapolate that and expand it to the entire population of it. So the best way to show how stupid this argument is, not the guy representing the claim, but this gentleman in this stupid flannel. He's got 2 collars. I just noticed that. Holy shit. Stupid 2-collared shirt, man. It's to say something like, okay, how about, let's do a hypothetical. Let's say a Christian man enters a bathroom and sexually assaults a woman. And then you go, okay, is it fair for me to say that all Christians are sexual assaulters? And instantly this dude will recoil and go, what the fuck? No, they're not. And then you go, okay, so can't we just extend this clear fucking logic to the fact that you are now extending, one brutal murder case to all of the illegal immigrants? Or are we just trying to show that we have no idea how to like reflect on any of this? Because it's abhorrent. Whenever you do this, you just have to point out the identity of what this person usually identifies with. So if you're talking to like someone who kind of signals some identity, right? Use their identity to show that, oh wait, now I understand maybe a little. I can't do that because it's not that all Christians are rapists if a Christian rapes someone. That's fucking stupid. That's how you defeat this argument.
For example, imagine I'm an illegal immigrant. I'm not, but imagine that I was, and some crime happened to me. I am less likely to call the police because I'm afraid that
Not in sanctuary cities, because the police can't ask you if you're a illegal immigrant. That's why they exist. Wow. Looks like the blue states found out ways to avoid that one, buddy. He doesn't know that, though. He thinks sanctuary cities are literally like, where Biden sends his like sex slaves that are illegal immigrants so no one can find them, I think.
I could get deported. And same thing if I'm in a group of people and one of us is an illegal immigrant and a crime happens, we are now afraid to call the police.
I find it so funny that this guy just came on his own, accord to the reason sanctuary cities were even invented. And I bet someone later in this is going to say, or even himself later, that sanctuary cities are disgusting and need to be removed.
Because of what might happen to our friend. And so this category of outlaw
let's see if we can
creates
agree
a
on this.
It's not because of what happens to your friend. It's because they could get removed for being illegal.
culture of not believing in police.
Let's see if we can agree on this.
That's not what the culture is. Sanctuary cities have immigrant communities, okay? Illegal immigrant communities that have a culture of believing in the police. They report crimes because they know the police will not just go, oh, your laptop got stolen, miss? Oh, by the way, are you a citizen? Oh, you're not? Sorry, we're going to have to take you and deport your ass. Like that's, you see why that woman would probably not report any crime? That's what sanctuary cities literally say you can't do. So when she does report a crime, a robbery or something, the cop can't go, he broke in through the window at 2 a.m. and yeah, I need to see your citizenship, ma'am. But you don't have it? This is a great report, but you're off to Mexico.
I support making sure that we can have a strong border in our country.
Yes,
I
sir.
think that that's fair.
Thank you.
Okay. I do not support.
Why did he say thank you so strongly, dude? It's like people literally think we have an open border. I swear to God, under Biden. Fucking insane.
Violent criminals in our country.
Yes, sir.
I don't think the vast majority of Americans do. I also support making sure that there's a pathway to citizenship for
I do
those
too.
that are here that are
Wait, what? Okay.
undocumented. So the question then comes, what do we do?
There was actually, you know what? Just because I remembered it, I know I'm pausing way too much. 10 minutes. It's been 2 hours. And I made it 10 minutes in. Help. I am not going to pause.
With the limited resources that ICE has in front of us. I personally believe that we should be more focused on convicted criminals.
Yes.
Violent people that are in our country. But when we have a system in which 70% of the people
I don't know why anyone would have stayed anywhere in Mexico if we had open borders, but we truly did. Yeah. They heard from word of mouth. They got telephoned. The immigration system is fucked in America. That's why it like lagged and all of a sudden it just like exploded. As soon as people found out, they're like, wait, your court date's in 5 years? yeah, homie, run before they fix it. And everyone's like, fuck yeah. And that was probably really racist of me doing that accent. But like, they all just like went, I mean, if I'm not going to stay in Arizona for 5 years for a court date, I'm fucking going to Chicago, buddy. That's what happened. They all just fucking left where their court dates were. Yeah. Yeah, Trump literally is he like convinced way too many people that our border was absolutely open. I'm like, okay. It's like there's two outcomes here too, right? Like that means that our border patrol doesn't need more money. They're just inept with the money they have, and they need to be abolished and recreated or something. Because what in the incompetent bullshit is that then, bro? What do you mean? What are they just fucking rolling in like fat rolling in Apex or fat sliding in Apex, and all of a sudden they're across the border? What the hell are they doing with all the money? Yeah, helicopters, Apaches, and we have an open border. Okay, so either ICE and the Border Patrol are fucking incompetent and they don't deserve any more money, if this is true. Or second, the border is just literally open and I don't know. What is the second alternative? That is the assumption we should always operate on, but a lot of the immigration that came through the country in 2022 through 2021, mid to 2024 early, we could probably assume a lot of them were not actual asylum. They didn't qualify for asylum. But I don't think that means that we can just instantly get rid of asylum and just be like, well, looks like no asylum anymore, right? Because people who do need it, it's unacceptable to me that we don't give that to them, right? So if that's the part where like we need to do better to make sure that we can accommodate the fact that like morally I think it needs to be there, right? Yeah, economic. I mean, kind of. Kind of. We have our own asylum law. Like there's international law and then there's a US code for it, okay? So US code on asylum. And sometimes the way you interpret it can be a little it's not very easy sometimes, if I'm not mistaken. So for instance, you need like the burden of proof part here. You remember that unfortunate man in Maryland who like got sent to El Salvador, and it was fucking disgusting how they lied about him, that he was like a fucking child trafficker and shit, and insane, right? Kilmar Abrego. So Kilmar Abrego overcame his burden of proof. Yeah, Garcia. His brother was already in the country and already was granted asylum, right? For the very same thing that Kilmar was being in the process of granted asylum for. So his brother was already given asylum, right? The way he overcame the burden of proof was in court. His parents were being extorted by the gang at the time. It's not there anymore because El Salvador is run by a literal gang member who works with MS-13. Funny enough, that's why El Salvador doesn't extradite MS-13 gang members who've committed crimes in El Salvador, or sorry, in the U.S. from El Salvador to the U.S. when we ask for it. He protects them. Very weird that we made a fucking deal with a literal MS-13 gang member, dude. But if you didn't know that, straight up, we do not get extradition for criminals in MS-13 who have committed crimes in the U.S. but are in El Salvador. He will not extradite them to us because he's protecting them. But somehow I have to listen that Kilmar was fucking MS-13 gang member. It fucking gonna make me angry. Anyways, he overcame the burden of proof because his family produced evidence. Like they showed literal like text messages and the extortion money that they had to give, and they were threatening they were going to kill him now. Like they threatened to kill his older brother or cousin, I think. It's his brother, and he was able to show this, right? So you do have to like show like a burden of proof type thing, and it's not just simply like I'm coming from Venezuela, it's economically bad. We do not grant asylum for that, if I'm not mistaken. It is somewhat difficult sometimes, especially when we're a little bit backed up, I guess. But the burden of proof is on the applicant to establish. So, like, you have to have some proof of economic, which is harder to prove, like economic proof to show that you need asylum. To me, seems really difficult to prove. Usually, it's like fear for life or something like that is the easier one, because economic ones are like, I mean, you can sit there and pick apart economic ones until they're just fucking meat and bones half the time, or sorry, just bones. Yeah, that I think we probably could assume again that like most of them were not actually real asylum seekers, and I know that sounds like I'm being negative or like playing into the part of like someone who's against it, but the problem is not that these people came because they found out our immigration system was antiquated and not working. The problem is that our government and a lot of people in this country refuse to fucking fix the problem. And I think accountability is really important. We didn't do that. We just blamed like the immigrants. They came because we had, again, a shitty system that allowed for it. Like we could have fixed it. We just didn't. So it's our fucking problem. And we still have employers who want to hire them. So all of these things are generally can be traced back to us. Drug use, the immigration problems, all that. We like want them, but we don't at the same time. So I definitely don't want to blame immigrants in that case.
That are literally detained by ICE itself are those that have not been convicted of a crime. 47% of those people have not even been charged with a crime.
Nope.
They're just people they
53% have been charged with.
I think that number is higher. The ones that got sent to El Salvador in the beginning, it was like 82% had no crimes or no criminal history. And that does include like parking tickets, if I'm not mistaken. They didn't include those. So we're talking about like what Trump is saying, right? Like criminals, violent criminals. The ones who got sent to El Salvador, including Kilmar, like 82% of them had no criminal history at all.
With a crime then?
What?
So 53% have been charged with a crime then?
No, that's not what I
You
said.
just said 47% haven't been charged.
47%. Oh,
So
I'm
what
sorry,
percent
I'm sorry.
have been?
Yeah, 53%
So
have been
over
charged.
half are charged with a crime.
We need dates. Right? If we're going to be using statistics like this, I need to hear dates. I need to hear at least some idea that you have a sense of a source for this stuff. Like what are we doing?
Yeah, if you
No
look,
one is going to understand what the hell, like over a month, over the whole year. I mean,
look at what the 47% number before Trump got in office, it was around 10%-ish.
Okay.
Right? So what I'm
for what dates? You can't just compare the entirety of before Trump, okay? And I think he's using the Obama one again, which was only 1 year, 92%. It's just, it's really lazy. Like, again, if he's talking to someone who's actually capable in this, he could be kind of made to look stupid, I think.
saying is that we should be more focused on rounding up convicted criminals in this country, people that are going to be doing things.
Trump already
as
says
a-
this. I
So
don't
would
think
you
this is
agree
a
on
winning
giving more
argument.
money to
Also,
ICE to go
yeah,
get
that has
all-
nothing to do with his claim.
Convicted criminals?
But that's not really what's happening right now. We're already paying we're literally spending more money on ICE this year than the Spanish military is on their entire thing. And
That doesn't matter. That's not how we compare or decide on spending money in the United States. We spend more money on free condoms than the entire country of Chad's GDP. Does that mean that we spend too much money on condoms? No, this is a really stupid way to try and show the amount of money that we spend on something could be bad or good. You have to keep it within their own country. There are plenty of ways to show that what we're doing is stupid. We're now spending way too much money on ICE. The better way to do it would be, like I said earlier, if the border's secure, which it is, why are we spending so much money on ICE? Why? What is the point of giving DHS $175 billion more? That's too much money. You put it into like something they can understand now. But this is not a good way to do, for one, an economic argument.
we're seeing the results.
Well, 'cause that's Spain.
Well, but I'm
I guess that's one way to say what I said.
just saying. Well,
Like, I don't want to talk about the
I mean, but
Spanish
come on. I mean, that's an
military.
entire military.
It's not 1453.
I mean, but that's
Like,
It's just not really relevant to how we decide to spend money in the U.S. is all you have to say.
Entire military, right? What I'm saying is,
I'm sure it's more than
what I'm saying is that it doesn't make sense to me that we're spending all this money and 70% of the people that we're deporting, right? So at the end result, right? Not just the folks that are detained, the end result.
I know a few people's answers to this. Conservatives, friends of mine would say because it's the right thing to do, and they do believe that. I'm curious to see if what this guy's response to that would be.
Of the folks that we're saying, okay, we're going to get you out of here.
Yeah.
70% of them have not been convicted.
So can we address the
and I
fact
think that's an issue.
that having a category of person who is an outlaw, who can
An outlaw? What? Huh? Person declared as outside the protection of the law. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure the Constitution explicitly doesn't allow this. This is paradoxical with the Constitution. Because the Constitution is pretty clear in its Bill of Rights. Maybe this kid should probably read it to you. I don't know. I think a lot of these dudes need to do that. They like to talk about it a lot, but where the hell is it? Freaking so deep, I always forget. There it is. All right, let's see if this fits the definition of outlaw. So, we have Amendment 1. Congress shall make no law respecting establishment of a religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people, not citizens, people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. We have one use of the word people, which definitely doesn't mean that you can declare someone outside the law. I don't know how this guy just called him an outlaw. That's crazy. And we have the Fourth Amendment. Listening to the, is it preposition? That's the right word, right? I can remember this. Preposition or proposition? Would be the proposition. That's right. Proposition. Nope. Subject. Holy crap, I'm stupid. Anyways, back to outlaw. So, the subject of this sentence, okay, or the amendment, the right of the people to be secure in their persons. Definitely doesn't say citizen. It says people. That's on purpose, by the way. They knew what the word citizen was at the time. They didn't write citizen for a lot of reasons. And if anyone doesn't know why, grab the Federalist Papers and work your way forward. I don't really want to explain it. But it does invalidate the whole thing if you just write citizen, because then the state could just call you a non-citizen, and then you have no rights, which breaks the whole fucking thing. The short answer. Amendment 5, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime, which means no person shall be held as an outlaw. Why the fuck are we calling illegal immigrants outlaws? I don't get it. What?
cannot rely on the police.
That is... I don't even know what that's fucking supposed to mean.
Makes the entire neighborhood unsafe.
Which is what sanctuary cities fixed.
Because what's happening in this country is that those people that are undocumented are those that commit crimes at a low rate. Here's the real...
No. My God. For how many times sanctuary cities get mentioned in the public discourse, I am blown away at how often and frequently I have to listen to people not even understand a single sentence about it. I really hope this guy would have been like, well, you do know that sanctuary cities actually solved the issue that you just raised. Why they were made. Right?
thing.
Yeah, but
Here,
you're- you're not
wait,
addressing what I'm saying.
because here's what
You
really
missed what I'm
because
talking about.
because
He did, and I wish he could have told you exactly what was the answer. Maybe you would have stopped listening to fucking Fox News tell you sanctuary cities are where illegal immigrants ride Bugattis and they raid diamond stores on the weekly and assault the sides of properties and businesses on the daily.
here's what makes us less safe. What makes us less safe in this country is going and having someone to do these complete raids, and you go find these mistaken cases of identity in which
So the way he introduced this back to his claim is just not strong. To me, that was a mistake. What he said is correct. It's just it is a deflection to his stronger claim there, but he never engaged with what the guy said, so it looks weak.
American citizens have been detained.
Tragedies, everyone.
Every single one of them.
Every single
and
one.
those are at an
He knows how to play that one. Fuck. Yeah. It's definitely I just for some reason the idea of sanctuary cities, I actually think it's like 99% of the people I talk to have zero clue what it is. I'm not kidding. Same thing with like gender dysphoria and the transgender topic. Like I've whenever I have either of those two conversations, it's one of those where I have to simply just go, okay, what is a sanctuary city, or like what is gender dysphoria, and just watch someone literally have zero clue 99% of the time, where it's just necessary. I don't know. It's so easy to look up too. There's no one I know really who even has any clue what either of those are. Like sanctuary cities didn't just come about from nothing. They were advanced by law enforcement themselves, because law enforcement doesn't like it when illegal immigrant communities didn't talk to them. It makes them unsafe. So law enforcement, local law enforcement, advocates for them because they don't want illegal immigrants to think that they're going to deport them. They want to help them. Like local cops are usually part of the community. Well, at least it sounds like you know what it is, because the fact that you know experience already and how it's an external thing is, and how is external pressure on the individual is, it seems to me like you know what it is. Thank God you're that 1%. Everyone I talk to thinks it's like an actual problem of the person, like about themselves. And I have to explain to them, like, no, why would someone who's trans think that they're wrong inherently? What the fuck are you talking about? Every person, dude.
All 10 of them.
So that just made me happy. Thank you.
that makes us far more.
You know, like I have to do this stupid example where I'm like, what if a 4-year-old boy wears a dress? Does the 4-year-old boy know the dress is bad and wrong, or why he feels weird about it unless people tell him? Or does he just sit there and go, I'm in a dress, I feel weird now? Or again, why does he feel weird? It's not him. Yeah, they do. It's like, it's not a mental illness, that's for sure. It's literally just an incongruence between one's like self-identity and the expressed reality of other people projecting what they want out of you or him. Born that way? What do you mean? As in like someone born to be trans or born to be gay? You mean like when people say it in a patronizing way? Or as if it's like a mental illness patronizing way? As in like it's not really someone who actually supports the idea of it, or why they want to wear certain clothes? I mean, it's really preference. It's not like someone's born to wear a dress. Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're saying like whether born to wear a dress. Yeah. No, it's people have preferences, right? And we see that across everything we do. Like I like certain shirts. I mean, no one inherently likes dresses on purpose, but yeah, no one's born to like dresses. But on the off chance when a boy does have a preference to wear a dress, society is what gives him gender dysphoria. Because without society, they don't know how it could ever be wrong. I would agree with that. I don't think it's binary either. I think it's something you can represent in a binary on the day to day and in just a conversation that doesn't want to try and do graduate biological, or evolutionary biology, right? I think saying it's binary is fine, but the problem with the trans argument is that a lot of people want to make, graduate level evolutionary biology arguments when they can't do that and they shouldn't do that, because it's definitely not a binary. The deeper you go into biology, it becomes really annoying and messy because being a mammal is stupid. I mean, the very fact that the DSDs have variables only between male and female, because if male and female DSDs were independent of each other and didn't share, some female variation and then male to female variation, then we actually could say they are indeed a binary. But the very fact that all of the variation has uniquely just the other variations of the other sex just factually shows that these two things are intertwined and not a binary. Because they're not independent. They are 100% dependent on each other. That would be the goal. Like I honestly, I hate the trans argument because I fucking don't give a shit at all. It's like, it's not unreasonable to even think in, like, every argument I can think of is just, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, I've asked people, do you think that split personality disorder can exist? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, where people have like 5 different brains or minds in one body, right? They have one major host, but they're like, yeah. And I'm like, so why do you feel like someone can't just feel like they are in the wrong body, or not the wrong body, but feel like they are more feminine or something? And they're like, no, that's not right. And I'm like, okay, it's weird. I mean, a second ago, you just told me the brain could literally have 5 people in one. I don't know why I can't just have a single one, which makes it not a disorder, by the way. Like, split personality is a disorder because the 5 different people in one body is damaging and extremely destructive. But just simply being someone who feels like more feminine in a dude's body is not a mental illness, because there is no destructive fucking other voices in your head. The affect you argument is good for, I feel like, distancing the fact of its relevance, right? But the how does this affect you argument, I think, is overcome by someone who says there are a lot of things that don't affect us that we need to maintain in society. So something like, we'll just take certain regulations on fishing off the coast of California. Honestly, probably don't affect me that much, but I know that they're probably a little bit important, right? They do say they put it in our faces. That shit annoys the shit out of me. It still works though to like show someone that this topic is not one that matters, right? Like, it's just, it really shouldn't matter that much. I think it's good for that, but that's probably the counter argument you have to watch out for, because I think it does overcome the effect argument. Like, how does this affect you, right? Because again, there are plenty of things in the country and our lives that don't technically affect us, but we do need to care about them. Like, trans topic in general doesn't affect me at all, but I care deeply about it because I feel like it's the moral decision, right? To try and tell people or show people that they're just fucking people, right? So in a way, if someone asks me why do I care about it, why it doesn't even really affect me, it's because it's the right thing to do, right? So I care deeply about it. Like, it's just unacceptable to me to be like, you know, signing a fucking executive order that strictly targets like 2 trans high school athletes and then put like 500 girls in a fucking the White House, have them sing while you sign this order. It's just that's unacceptable to me. Like, so I care pretty deeply about it. I took the time to know and read a lot about it because so many fucking mouth breathing psychos want to talk about it. But man, probably one of the least favorite topics of mine because of how like mundane and like I feel like it should be a simple conversation, not one so insane. Like I had the conversation with my stepdad one time where he's a great guy actually, okay, and I want that to be the first thing you hear. But like, he told me at one point, I think, if a transgender person goes into a bathroom when his daughter's in there, that he would kill him. And I like look at him and I'm like, no, you fucking wouldn't. I'm like, what? Why are you trying to act like this right now? I know for a fact that you would never do that. Like, how the hell is like, stop it, bro. Like I know for a fact he would never do it, but there's just this like foam, this moral panic that you mentioned earlier. There's people are like incited to hate this issue. And they don't know why. They know they need to do it to like signal to other people what their political position is, right? Like, look, I'm doing the good thing on my side, right? Like I'm signaling I'm strong for my side's values, right? Like, fuck trans people. It's like, okay, it's so fucking lame. Yeah, most people are just gonna do the vibes and fifis thing. You know, it's unnatural. Not really a good argument. It's simple biology, even worse argument. The biblical one is even worse. You know, there's only man and woman. That's what the Bible says. Okay, I don't really know how that's an explicit condemnation of trans people. Trans people are both either man or women. They just feel differently than you. I mean, it's not like they're like a fucking alien species. What the fuck? The Bible doesn't really say things like man and woman only. You know what I mean? Like, trans people bad. So not a really good argument there. But people like to say a lot of things the Bible does not say. That is a fucking fact, and it will be to the end of time. People like to complete the square like it's, you know, a polynomial in algebra in middle school when there is no square to be completed here. All the time. And then I guess the other argument would be like, what is the other argument? There isn't one. At that point, it just becomes just extreme bigotry or just like weirdness. There's not really a legal argument either, so.
Unsafe. Then what the thing that you're talking about
All
in these
policing
policies
is always going to have mistakes, but if you want
Okay. That's a comment that says nothing, proves nothing, says more of nothing, and muddies the water beyond belief, I guess. You could say that some illegal immigrants might make mistakes too. Sometimes it rains, and I might wear pants within the end of my lifetime.
to claim that just
those
because
situations
there are
have
some,
increased.
well, because policing has increased.
So what's happening in this country
What the hell is going on?
is that what you're focusing on rounding up people that have not been convicted of a crime,
Who are a
and as a result,
category of
and as a
outlaw.
result
Can you
of that,
I have no idea where he got that word from. I honestly have never heard someone say outlaw. I'm usually pretty familiar with the linguistics of where people get their arguments from. I don't know where he's getting that from. I've never heard someone use outlaw in this way. So I'm curious. I want someone to press him on this so I can try and figure out where he's exactly regurgitating that shit, because it is uniquely disturbing. Kid Rock said that. Okay. Like I'm usually pretty good at identifying exactly where someone gets their shitty argument from just by the language they use, but Is it this cowboy song? Yeah. Wait. We'll just see what it brings up. It's supposed to be like a local thing. Find this shit stain for me. Muhaha. Hannity. Hannity. Oh, okay. Looks like Hannity's may have used it. Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck used it. Okay. Glenn Beck and Media Matters. Glenn Beck, Use of Outlaws. Okay. This comes from Glenn Beck. Got it. Sorry, I'm a fucking psycho. I have to know these things. 2006? So it's an old language word. Ah, young man. Young man was listening to Father on the Couch
Address the fact that those
when he was watching Glenn Beck
people
in
make
2006.
neighborhoods more unsafe.
No, I'm not going to say that at all.
It's such an interesting word to use. That's why I'm like fixated on it, because I honestly never hear anyone say that anymore.
Always
So
going to have
forever.
some accidents, and they're all terrible, and they should all not happen. But if you're going to have a system, you're going to mistake sometimes, and they're all bad, and I'm opposed to all of them. But I'm talking about, first, we agreed on the 30%, which is a huge point of agreement that I think we need to elevate. And then on the 70%, these people cannot be regulated by the system in the correct way. They do not.
I'm sorry, what? Regulate people? What a weird fucking way to say that. Did this guy just give the game away, bro? He started off all kind, and underneath this, he's like actually the serial killer you got to worry about, or what? What is happening? He's using a lot of words that just are making me feel nervous at this point.
Trust the system in the correct way. They definitionally, by the status of who they are, make the neighborhood less safe because it makes.
That's a claim. Literally existing as a literally existing as a fucking person, immigrant, outlaw, by definition makes us unsafe. We must eliminate. Eliminate. Pulled up the papers.
So everybody in the neighborhood can't rely on the police, or their friend might get deported. So you have to remove these people in order to get rid of this semi-enforced, semi-category of law. You have to do that. Can we? Do you not believe that?
Are you saying that neighborhoods that have high percentages of undocumented people are oftentimes some of those violent neighborhoods in cities? Is that what you're saying?
That might be the case.
That was a good question. He retreated pretty fast. Fear not, though. He's going to tell us exactly how he's buried 5 bodies underneath his front porch, I think.
Not sure. It's probably would be the
that's
case,
true at
but
all.
it doesn't. That's not what I'm
If
trying
you look
to
at
say.
cities that have
I'm
higher
saying
percentages
that-
of undocumented populations, those cities oftentimes have lower crime rates.
Yeah, I'm not sure of that.
This is going to be location dependent. Depends on how you classify metro areas. I don't think he needed to go further. He made his point. We already know that illegal immigrants tend to commit crimes at lower rates because fear of being deported is a pretty big incentive. Not because they're just less criminal. People are people. I think you already pointed out this guy's argument against him was bad, but I do want this guy at least one time to just say, I'm sorry, exactly how is this fucking addressing my claim? Because again, the one thing he needs to point out, and he will instantly fucking fuck anyone in this room on, is even if you think the violence against illegal immigrants and, you know, Minneapolis and Minnesota is justified, okay? If you think it's the right thing to do, it is definitionally violence and thereby makes everything less safe. You've won the claim. The fact that ICE is, even in your eyes, justifiably patrolling the streets to get rid of illegal immigrants and executing people in the streets. I mean, even if you think it's the right thing to do, it is definitionally making everything less safe. Maybe I'm being a little prompt debate stand right now, but like, I don't care. Abuse that prompt. Fuck this guy.
That was the case of which way that would go. But I'm telling you, you have to address this category of outlaw. I don't know why we're going in circles here. Do you not believe that?
Because I don't
Because it's literally antithetical to the Constitution, you fucking weirdo. Stop using that fucking word.
think that the argument that you're making really has anything to do with the root of the issue.
The root of the issue.
The root of the
safety
issue.
of
The
America.
root of the issue is about safety.
Yes.
And if we have the fact that our ICE, as it stands today, is more focused on rounding up people that have not been even accused of a crime instead of violent terrorists that are.
You need to engage with what he's saying. He's saying that all of them are criminals, outlaws, actually. So to him, they are still grabbing criminals, right? You need to engage with that and tell him why he's stupidly fucking wrong.
In this country, violent people in America, I think that itself makes us less safe because here's who's celebrating. The people in this country that are doing wrong because they know that people are more focusing on going to a Fiesta or a grocery store or a Home Depot or a place of work or a plant or somewhere else
You
to
think
round up
criminals
people.
are celebrating this?
I would say so because they're literally being rounded up at a lower rate.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
It's great to talk with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh yeah, that guy started off nice. Something tells me he's got that psycho energy, bro. It's way too judgy.
Hi, Danielle.
Hi, how are you?
What in the fuck are you wearing, woman? What is this? Fucking trade show? What is going on?
Hi, Danielle.
Business casual slack or not
One of
business
the
casual?
issues
Business
that
formal slacks?
Trump mainly won on was immigration.
That's awesome. Thank you for showing up. Can we end this conversation already?
From both sides.
We have exit polls, by the way. And no, immigration was actually pretty low on the list of what people voted for Trump for and what Democrats voted for. You would like to know, Mrs. I don't know what I'm doing or why I'm here in this room right now. Thank you for showing up and telling us how Trump, what a big issue for Trump was. We don't hear it from him every day. The biggest issue for voters who voted for Trump was inflation, aka the economy. It was like 33%, the largest percentage by far, I want to say, of the total for Republicans. And then for Democrats, it was safety of the republic or safety of the country or safety of democracy, concern for democracy, concern for the country as like institutionally. But that's not a real reason. I'm pretty sure all of them would have voted the economy as well if it wasn't for the fact that Trump is a literal Hitler despot, okay? So most people voted in this election based on the economy. I think immigration was like 11%.
And I find disingenuous this selective outrage to what makes it
Why are you... She looks like she just fucking downed an entire vodka Xanax.
safe.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of children missing and not accounted.
Nope. Oh, wow. She's using that one. Okay. Whew. How long ago did I hear this claim from Ben Shapiro? In a Jubilee video. You have no idea how infuriated I just became by hearing that, X-Rocks, because what she's about to say is a Ben Shapiro claim from a fucking Jubilee video that is completely inaccurate and took me like 8 to 9 hours to fucking figure out. I'm not kidding. It took me fucking forever. That long to fucking disprove a 5-second comment by Ben Shapiro. Wish I could have those 9 hours back. It is a reference from an internal DHS report from management to Border Patrol. It was a letter to reclassify the title missing, because the normal procedure is if someone misses a court date, they are classified as missing. And since we had so many people who had 5-year court dates, they never stayed in the city in which their court date was. So we had hundreds of thousands of children and people called missing only because they just didn't want to stay in the state for 5 years. So they weren't missing at all. And this literally comes from a direct letter from internal DHS management saying we should probably reclassify this so we don't accidentally use resources improperly, because they're not missing. They just didn't show up to court. So we need to like amend this somehow. That's what the letter says. On like page 13. It literally took me 9 hours to find. And this is how misinformation is just awesome. Because I'm still, I don't know how many months later, I have to listen to Xanax Barbie here fucking tell me this fucking shit. I'm
accounted for since
fucking help me, dude. Please help me.
the open borders. We have $150 billion spent from American taxpayer dollars to
undocumented immigrants? What? How? How?
house and
$150 billion to house illegal immigrants? Does she know how much money that is?
educate and give welfare.
Yeah. That's a lot of money, bro. Oh, I remember this fair thing. It doesn't. Also, I'm pretty sure every company knows that filling out an I-9 is like kind of a maybe I'll do it when I want to. Like, there's only a few cases I can think of where DHS actually made an example of some people, and I'm pretty sure it was only because they just didn't like the business owner for like unrelated reasons. There's like this one guy who had like a pig farm or something like that, if I remember correctly, or had a farm in the Midwest, who got absolutely fucking obliterated by the DHS. But by no means is it like a tool that they really fucking care about. I feel like I remember seeing there was only 700 total I-9 like cases even brought in a year recently, which is just mind-boggling considering how many fucking businesses there are in this country. Like, I'll talk about numbers, okay? This number is a little too big. The number that I just talked about is a little too small.
To illegal aliens. This
Like what?
takes away.
Give me an
this-
example of that.
Well, I mean, just look in New York, the $12 billion spent on housing immigrants in hotels. Just
New York has $12 billion to spend on hotels. I feel like that's 2 times the police budget of New York. We're talking about the state or the city?
alone in
The state, I mean, makes a lot of money, so I don't know. Is she being obfuscative on purpose, or
California, $23 billion was taken
California's a big state, lady? Also, 23 billion. I'm pretty sure the total revenue and expenses for the entire state is like, I don't know, somewhere around like 300 billion. So I find it very hard to believe that it would be 1/15 of the total state's budget, but call me
away
shocked.
from our educational system.
As if, come on, lady, if you had your way, you wouldn't even take that 23 billion and put it back into any educational system, you fucking witch. What the fuck are we talking about? You'd send that right to the fucking your Bahama fucking bank account. What are we doing?
To support illegal immigrants. Is that safe for the hardworking
Yeah, in like the most fucked up, like, kind of, in my opinion, should be tried for international crime possible. They like lied to them and told them that they were gonna like help them get jobs, right? And told them they were going to they like kidnapped them. Like completely lied to them on behalf of the state using government money.
American?
Funded this actual kidnapping. This shit was crazy.
For the veterans who have
If these people could and had money to get representation, I mean, Florida fucked for sure, bro.
to have to wait behind.
Sadly, he knew that though, and he decided to make a display of them anyway. But imagine doing that with like just citizens in general, because again, all these things protect people. So citizens or not, the Constitution protects you against these types of things. But imagine citizens, like Florida would have to like take out, you know, a new insurance policy about how much money it just lost in its lawsuit. Oh, no, I lost sound. Rip. Time's at 4:44. I'm probably gonna stop at 3 hours today, by the way. My face is feeling extra flush because I have like a like a light, because you have to have a light. This thing is the fucking sun. Although it probably doesn't help that I have a neon sign to my right. That kind of fucks everything up too.
For them. Now,
Excuse me, what?
the veterans who have to wait behind.
I didn't even catch the virtue signaling. How can you do this when the veterans need to wait in line while legal immigrants are stealing their food and their housing? I don't want healthcare for veterans either, but aren't you sad? Feeling awful? Is it over yet? Can I go back to my normal self?
Hardworking American, for the veterans who have to wait behind.
Oh, dude.
Illegal.
She needs to work on this appeal to emotion right now and virtue signaling. It's not good. That's probably why she's not an actor.
Illegals who get fast-tracked in their health care.
Fast track to what? Veterans get fast tracked too. If they're in the emergency room, they just get shitty health care because you probably don't want to spend money on that either. I do, but you have to spare me a river about concern for veterans when I know that I honestly just know for a fact, I don't judgment cast. This woman probably doesn't want to spend any money on helping veterans. As soon as they're out of the military, we're like, get fucked, bro. You can't shoot a gun anymore. We don't care.
Is that safe for them?
Is it safe for who?
Illegal.
Safe for veterans? I don't think it's directly related to how many illegal immigrants get shitty healthcare in emergency rooms. and then get put into debt, which they absolutely can, even though they're not a citizen. Because again, they need bank accounts, they need money, they need jobs, they need to pay taxes with stuff, so they still get the debt on them. The nationalism con. Nationalism is always a con, in my opinion. I mean, obtuse nationalism. Like, there really is like a fuzzy boundary of where it is not like a good thing anymore, but obtuse nationalism is what I like to call it, is most definitely a fucking lie. It is perverse. It is a fucking perverse use of patriotism to manipulate people. In politics, it usually is, yeah. It also implies the destruction of the state, because, and that's something I do not want. I think the United States, one of the great things about this country is that the Constitution and the country we live in, even though it had a long and brutal history with like things like slavery and fought a civil war, the change that happened in this country usually ends up with some sort of revolutionary act having to take place for it to happen. I think the Constitution was written so, and this sounds bad, but was written literally between only the dudes who thought existed in the world, which in a way made it radically inclusive for anyone if we amend it. They literally gave no fucks about black people and white people when they wrote it, which made it super inclusive to them because they made no, explicit reference to exclude them. But I think it's a testament to this country that the change that took place was able to be done through the Constitution that we have. I'm not like a originalist who thinks it's infallible. Absolutely not. It needs to be changed over time, but I think it's a good thing. I don't want to break it. And people who are nationalists, they value the idea of the blood and soil, right? The soil over the state. They would usually also want to destroy the state to make a new one, have a rebirth. That to me is scary because I don't want a state government that acts on their behalf. I've seen and heard what they already want to do with it, and it's wrong. If we're paying for this random thing, that is a wonderful fucking economic concept of opportunity cost. It's one of my favorites. It's like we can, but Sally, we can build street lights, and we can also pay for kids to go to school. You know that, right? We're a government. We can do two things at once. We could do many. Did you ever know that? We can build roads in one state, and we can send funds to the military in another country. We can help illegal immigrants get health care, and we can also give a fuck about veterans and give them health care. I thought we are the richest country on the planet. Where does the money go? Who knows?
Now, I
don't know if it's going to legal immigrants, though. They are sleeping in fucking hotels, apparently, and on the street corners. I know because your Instagram feed is videos of you saying how unsightly it is. So it's not like they're getting a lot of money, or else they'd live in mansions and shit, right?
probably find agreement with you that people who want to do it the right way, there should be less bureaucracy.
Yeah, that's a lie.
There should be people who want to contribute to the American dream.
And are you the arbiter of that? Suddenly you have clarity on all of this. What the fuck? I'm sure even criminals who commit crimes want to contribute to the American, product, this United States. But they committed a crime, something completely irrelevant. Like if they murdered someone, that doesn't mean they don't want to contribute to the American United States. It means they committed a fucking crime and they need to go to jail or face punishment. At least depending on the crime. This is a weird thing to say. How the fuck are you going to know this?
Who are here in good faith.
Can we get rid of you then?
We want, my father's an immigrant. My grandparents.
Okay. Now it makes sense. It's the coping fucking style. The one where the best way to live underneath the system as an immigrant or a minority is to cope with the reality as a defense mechanism. So you essentially say everyone else is not like you. You are different.
concern to immigrants. But you have to do it the right way.
This guy's like, what the fuck is she here?
And sometimes when you have
Holy fuck, Jubilee was not. I'm like assuming too much, but I feel like that would be really funny if that's what he was thinking. What the fuck is she here for then? What the hell, man?
such irresponsible management of the borders as we've seen with open borders for the last few years.
Ma'am, I'm imagining how exhausting it would be to like read any text from this woman, because it's got to be at least 15 pages and just full of He definitely likes the virtue signal.
What is
There will be
Very probably very pretentious, very patronizing.
sometimes an overcorrection.
What is Donald Trump doing to make it easier to do things the right way?
Well, he's closed the borders. That's number one.
That's not the right way. He did it unconstitutionally. It doesn't make us more safe. It actually makes us less safe because he can't literally appropriate money. We still don't have the adjudicators to bring in immigration that we need to function in this country. I mean, the fuck? Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're going to come on a Jubilee, right, like, you've got to at least, hopefully, I would prepare extensively, dude. That's just, I already feel like I know enough to go on there without preparing, but like, for these types of things, like, it's not that you need to dominate it or know everything. It's just, like, for this big of a topic, like, you need to have respect for the topic and at least put a lot of effort into understanding it before you fucking have a loud opinion and an arrogant one at that, right? Like, how the fuck does someone, like, not have the awareness of being so arrogantly and confidently wrong all the time? I mean, I don't know. There's no way I'd be able to stare at, like, walk past the mirror without my head on the ground if I acted. We clapped for that. Oh, fuck.
That's not what I asked you. I said, what is he doing to make it easier to come across the border the right way?
That's not what you asked her either. You added a few words in there, which I think made your question weaker in comparison to what you just said. But
Well, he's making new policies
Like
where
what?
no, he's not. He used an executive order to illegally fucking shut it down, ended the asylum program against U.S. law and international law.
well, he has to ensure that they're actually asylum seeking.
He literally ended it, you stupid fucking idiot. Where's the basilisk? Can we fucking turn this woman to stone? Obviously, he made sure they're actually asylums.
No,
Just rich, wealthy white people from South Africa who need asylum from the scary black people.
They're actually
that's not what I asked, though. What is he doing?
Bro, I don't think he's good at jumping when he needs to jump. Man, he needs to attack the fuck out of what she just said. I'm sorry. Properly? You know he ended it, right? Is all you need to say.
Doing to make it easier.
Are you aware of this? Or did you just enter a debate about this and you chose the border, I guess, as a topic of yours to continue this? And it seems to me that you've never read a fucking single thing on this issue whatsoever. Like,
Because you just said that you support making
Legal
it easy
immigration.
for legal immigration.
Yes,
Right? I think that
yes.
we all probably should
he's letting her run away from that.
agree with that.
Yeah.
What is he doing to advance that goal?
well, the first
Like influencer, what?
Easier for the because you just said
This girl put the whole mascara bottle
you
on
support
her.
making
Legal
it easy for
immigration.
legal immigration.
Yes,
Right? I think that
yes.
we all probably should agree with that.
Yeah.
What is he doing?
Fucking 2 mascara bottles. That's fine. The best way to make it seem like you are very knowledgeable is to not talk about things you do not know. It's what I do. Works out well. I really don't know. And you move on, everyone forgets and no one cares because it's not inflammatory. I just simply do not express opinions extremely confidently. Most of the time, I'm human. I can get things wrong. But I just don't like to do that if I'm not sure.
Doing to advance that.
It's a good tactic. It works out well.
Well, the first thing you do is you have to cut off the huge drain of open.
Okay, she I am getting like contact high from the Xanax. I think just looking at her.
Border policy where
That's not what I asked you.
Okay, well,
Please, dude, end her. He's like dancing around like a Mortal Kombat finisher move right now, bro. Like she's completely opening herself up to be humiliated.
again, and I think
Like the whole Coliseum just yelling, dude. Fucking
the
end it.
Tell me
the
one
thing
thing,
here today
one
is well, he's
possible
shut
thing.
the borders.
That's not what I asked you.
But that's a major thing. You
I asked
have
you,
to
what
start at the root
specific
cause
thing
and
is
go
he
from
doing
there. Well,
to
I
make
mean,
it easier for people to legally come.
He did not shut the border down. He ended asylum. You can still go through the border. Hey,
into this country.
do you like a lot of product literally runs through the border, lady? Are you stupid? Like,
well, I know when he was
we have free trade agreements. Semis from Mexico can literally drive across the border, dump product off, drive to Canada, come back.
in the first
Does that sound like the border's shut down?
term, he
not
had the
talking-
remain
we're
in
not
Mexico policy. I'm not sure of the exact policies, but what he's doing is
That is true. I'm pretty sure you don't know where you are at this moment.
Nothing.
working. He has, again, you're skirting away from the issue.
So nothing.
Americans put Trump in office because
So
they
if
saw
That doesn't mean he gets to do what he wants. It means he gets to perform a duty enacted within the framework of this country. And don't ever fucking forget that. That doesn't mean he gets to do what he wants. You stupid idiot.
Central
if
pillar.
Kamala was still in office.
If what? Didn't 5 seconds ago I just heard you're skirting away from the issue and this woman is literally talking about Kamala? Excuse me?
We
So-
would have
so if
open
it- so
borders
if-
and it would
So if
be
a
even
central
more
pillar,
unsafe.
if a central
It would, because obviously brown people are scary. It's not something I can prove, but I mean, our wages would die. That one I can prove, but I mean, brown people just make me unsafe, even though I am a brown person, but I'm a good brown person.
pillar to your argument
Or I'm white to some people. Politics is weird. What's the one drop rule?
is making it easier for legal immigration into
Am I Irish yet?
this country. And you cannot tell me one specific example of anything
what
he's
I-
doing
what
for
I-
people
what
to
I
come
said
across
was-
legally.
what
And
I-
how does any
You're
of that
turning
make
my
any
words
sense?
around. I
Okay, then how about you rephrase them and reiterate them for us, please, without me feeling as if I'm high on Xanax.
do think it should be easier for the right people to come in legal
So
ways.
then what is he doing
But-
to
What the fuck does that have to do with you rephrased this question into literally garbage?
advance that?
But again, in the meantime, we have a big problem of
So you-
illegals, many
you
of them
don't have
criminals.
anything.
When you talk
Many of them? All of them? I think all of them. What if we got rid of all of your Xanax dealers?
about people who talk about unsafety, let's talk about Lincoln Riley, an American who
Oh
was
my.
just jogging and living her life.
We're about to get the second go around. Here's a brutal murder. Let me go on and say how a brutal murder by one person means that all of them do brutal murders. Here we go.
And was brutally murdered by an illegal alien.
Mhm.
Is that safe? Is that safe to let people who are gang members and nationalists and drug cartels in?
I have another. This might be poignant, okay? So we have this woman who's a brunette who wears a trade show business suit. To me, stuff that really doesn't call for that. That's for sure. And she's on Xanax all the time. It's really bad. Is it safe to say that all brown, brunette, kind of business weird women, probably with no jobs, are all just Xanax drug users who need to be put out of their misery, or what? Or is it like inappropriate for me to just, you know, extrapolate something from a single individual and their personal, you know, experience, and then just like go, all of you kind of are like this? Just a thought. I don't know. Weird.
To our country with the fentanyl crisis a real thing? Is that safe for our kids? So let's not skirt the issue.
What happened to Laken Riley, I think every American.
There is no fentanyl crisis anymore. Fentanyl has definitely dipped considerably over the past 2 years now. For a multitude of reasons. The cyclical nature of its popularity has gone down. As in, drugs don't really stay popular forever. That's a fact. I'm not sure what that has to do with illegal immigrants in general. Most of drugs in general are fucking trafficked by citizens in this country. Who would have thought? Also, illegal immigrants don't really fix that problem. Because I think the accountability to fix this problem relies on the United States. And maybe fix its economic outcomes, its drug education, its healthcare outcomes, its rehabilitation, and decriminalize so we stop producing criminals in a circular way, and deny them entry into society again when we criminalize them for drug use. I'm not sure how blaming illegal immigrants is going to fix any of those, but again, much like this woman's Xanax addiction, she probably blames everyone else around her for it.
Agrees was absolutely horrific. I think we can say, and it's just like, for example, when Molly Tibbetts.
Too much. This guy's really nice. I'm so fucking sick and tired of people making this argument though, because it's so batshit horribly wrong that I feel like the only way to engage with this now needs to be like, you need to like ask someone or figure out what their in-group is, make it them, dude. Just let me be like, oh, you're a Christian. Okay, you're like, this Christian guy raped a girl. All Christians rape girls. Good or bad? Am I stupid? I'm stupid. Good. Now, take that logic, go here. We're done. Can we move on? It's just, you don't need to apologize for all these things. And it's honestly kind of fucking disgusting how much they paraded the mother of like Laken Riley, for instance. I heard her talk in the congressional hearing on mass deportation 3 times. They're like abusing that fucking woman. She lost her fucking kid, and they are just, come talk about it more. Yes, tell us how brutal it was. It's just fucking disgusting, bro.
Was killed under the Trump administration by an undocumented.
Dude. Okay, this is fucking the worst possible way I could imagine even approaching this right now. I'm sorry. None of that fucking matters. If it was under the Biden administration, does that make it better? This is not a good argument. She is getting paid bank. But it still made me feel awful for her to like hear her, you know, she lost her daughter, right? Like as much, I don't know, maybe she doesn't have any fucking values, or I don't fucking know her, but to me it's got to be painful, right? And here she is paraded in the State of the Union by Trump again to fucking like literally just try and show that every illegal immigrant is like the dude who killed her daughter. I'm just I can't think of something more disgusting off the top of my head right now. I can't. But he's making a horrible argument right now. This is just faulty in so many ways. This is not the problem with what she's saying. It's not going to address that. It really is easy to like, pick at and make look stupid, instantly just swap out Trump with Biden. All of a sudden, what, is it better now?
Documented person in this country. This happens across, and every time it happens, it is wrong. And I think we all should say that. Any person that commits a violent crime needs to be locked up,
Like, you don't need to say any of this stuff.
deported.
Like, this, it's sincere because it's a signal to people who agree that it's sincere. The problem, again, is not that you need to show sincerity here. I mean, I don't think we need to be fucking super. I don't need to go out there and literally engage with someone who's making a batshit, absolutely disgusting claim like she did, and then tell people and grovel about how much I actually care about people or like someone being murdered. I do. I know that. The problem here is she needs to be told she's a fucking horrible person for actually describing it this way.
We all agree with that. But here's the central problem, is that what you're focused on is rounding up people in this country that have not
Didn't even engage with it.
been convicted of a crime.
That's
That
not
does not
true.
make us
He didn't even engage with it.
more safe.
That's
Because when you
not-
have,
He's not very good at debating.
That's a blanket statement.
that's just
you're
simply the
making.
facts.
Trump has run on criminals, violent criminals first.
He says a lot of things, lady. Man. Is he the one who chose your outfit for you? Is that why it's so fucking stupid? Stop letting this dude tell you what to do in your ear. I'm like, have your own brain, please. Maybe you'll show up to some fucking Jubilee video in the appropriate attire. Not like you're gonna sell me a fucking, sharper image tool at a trade show.
Let me ask you.
That's what
Let me
he's
let me
focused
let me
on.
ask you a question.
Fucking hot
Of
tub or
those
something.
people that are sitting in ICE detention facilities right now, how many do you think have been convicted of a violent crime?
That doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure removals is probably the moment where you'd care about the percentage. ICE, if they find an undocumented immigrant, by law, they're supposed to bring them to a detention center. This is a really weird question. I don't think it even addresses his claim. I don't know.
Just take a guess.
I could not.
It really doesn't matter. If they're in an ICE detention facility, okay? I mean, if ICE knows you're an undocumented immigrant, they're supposed to enforce the law. Okay? That doesn't mean they're removed yet, though. They still could not be removed. So this doesn't answer the question of whether or not we're removing people who shouldn't be removed or maybe they don't deserve to, right? I feel like this question is kind of stupid and is meaningless, but
trust the Trump
Take a
administration.
guess.
I
Just
don't
throw
know.
a number. Just take it. What do you think it could
it's
be?
probably not high
Well, 100.
because the percentage of people who commit actual criminal acts is going to be somewhat low when we look at it on like a 1 to 100% scale, right?
Percent because they're all
Or else most people would probably not be in society.
illegal and
I
that they
said
had a
convicted
law.
of a violent
No,
crime.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
violent crimes are just low in general, so probably not a lot.
I said how many have been convicted of a violent
matter.
crime?
Why have they not filed the papers? Why
I
are they
just
taking
a-
advantage
I
of the
asked
systems?
you,
It doesn't matter. All of them.
What percentage?
100.
And there we go. I'm the good immigrant. I came here legally. Even though asylum is literally a legal form of immigration, even if they did not have a claim to asylum, I should know that I'm not the adjudicator of this. I'm just some stupid fucking trade show Barbie in a Jubilee video giving an opinion when I didn't even know that asylum was ended. But enjoy.
Of these, 100%. You
Yes.
think about only
Because if they're there
only
illegally.
5% of the people in ICE detention facilities today have been convicted of a violent
Are they
crime.
here undocumented?
5%.
Are they here undocumented?
5%. 5%.
Are they here
So-
undocumented?
so-
Wait,
so-
wait, wait,
so-
wait. Are
but
they
this-
here
but this- but
undocumented?
This just screams about what people.
Sorry. Sorry.
Of the people in ICE detention facilities today
We're gonna show why this is not that crazy, okay? What percentage of people commit violent crimes in a population. Okay. You're going to get a lot of answers depending on how you structure this. I don't care. We're just going to point out the most obvious issue with what he's saying, okay? So, national violent crime was 4.5%, okay? 5% of people who are ICE detainees have been convicted of violent crime. That tracks. If you expected to have 95% of people in ICE detainee centers convicted of a violent crime, I don't know what fucking bridge I need to sell you, but please tell me where. I will build it and make money. Like, I don't know. I know what you're saying when it's like she is making the decision, right? Like, again, accountability is big for me. I think the ultimate accountability responsibility falls on you almost all the time. Now, I do feel sorry for her though, because someone probably did reach out to her. Her case became national and she's grieving, and it definitely could have been manipulated to like share the story and then just told to continue doing it. And maybe she is unaware of it. Maybe she is aware of what it's actually doing, but there's no fucking way that I'm going to sit here and say that either if everyone is unaware or is aware of what it's doing to, you know, why it's morally wrong. I don't fucking care. I know it's morally wrong. Whether or not you know it's like your intentions are like to purposely manipulate people to think that all immigrants are somehow brutal murderers who, like the guy who killed Laken Riley, are what they are, is not relevant to me. You need to be better. How about you fucking figure it out and stop being unaware if you are.
Have been convicted of a violent.
That's no excuse to me.
Here undocumented?
Like negligence here does not just like, oh, okay, that's fine.
Are they here undocumented?
5%. 5%.
Are they here undocumented?
Again, he's not really good at this, man. It is understandable, but it's also something that, and this is why it's important, has to be explicitly acknowledged whenever someone does something outside of your in-group. And everyone has them. Everyone has in-groups and places they feel more comfortable in, or that they identity signaling, right? Like signaling identities is a massive part of evangelism in the United States, right? Like, I'm sure you can understand when I say this. Like, if someone says, "Well, I'm, true Christians go to church like five times a week," it's like those are all signals that you give to the people to support renegotiations of what you may want in a community, what you've been conditioned to like. I mean, there's a lot of factors here, but it is probably one of the most important things possible if you are thinking about how politics works and other people in the society. You need to be aware of that and then try to navigate it. Like, make a concerted effort to be like, okay, I am not a Mexican brown man who crossed the Panama jungle to get here. I don't know what it's like to even really work on a farm. I don't know, right? I'm comfortable doing that. I'm not just gonna go and be like, oh wow, Mexicans scare me. It's fucking dumb. And the same way, I'm not going to be like every Christian I talk to is a psychotic anti-Jew who thinks the Talmud is anti-Christian enslavement material, right? Like, it's not good to do those things, and we have to make a concerted effort every day to try and like acknowledge the inconsistencies and the wrong ideas when we start making them. That doesn't mean that like you need to just turn off your brain when it comes to the in-group, out-group stuff. They're like a functional part of how humans do sociology, but it's kind of like acknowledging systemic racism, for instance. Like the only way to really make these things a little bit better, at least in the minds of, or at least the outcome, not minds, of the country, is to just simply acknowledge the fact that this country had like a massive super bad problem, brutal and long history of like chattel slavery, right? And the Civil Rights Act, last time I checked, was passed after the systems that we talk about in systemic racism were literally created and established and continue to be enumerated. So why would the Civil Rights Act rectify something like the education system, which was formed far earlier underneath a segregated country? I don't know. Someone who gets asked that question is going to have a real tough time trying to Wetzel's pretzel themselves out of an answer. Because it's not like the Civil Rights Act just fucking deleted it, right? Acknowledgement is the first way you can get past the hurdle, though, right? And I see none of that here. I don't like his arguments right now either. He's misleadingly using statistics because 4.55% is the natural rate at which people commit violent crimes. It'd be ridiculous to think 95% of people in ICE detention centers are violent criminals.
Wait, are they here undocumented?
This just screams about what people are seeing in this country. You literally believe that 100% of the people in ICE detention facilities have been convicted of a violent crime.
Okay,
Only
not
5%.
violent. I said a crime is that they're undocumented.
Crime.
Do we call people who get, parking infractions a speeding ticket criminals? Is that something we do? I can't remember. People who came here through the asylum process try to do it through it's a legal immigration pathway. If they miss their court date and now they're deemed not asylum seekers, they become civil crimes, not criminal. Somehow, it's not like they, actually tried to hop the border without us knowing. Most of the immigration we had in 2021, the mid 2021 to 2024, was not people trying to get over, inconspicuously. They just showed up to the border and went, "I'm here, asylum, please." That's not a criminal act. They didn't hop over and climb the fence.
I don't know.
They said they were coming.
Violent crime, but do you understand why they're there in the first place?
You just told me
They tried to get asylum if we're talking about the recent people.
that number was 100%.
Okay, they're undocumented 100%.
A moment of clarity. I agree with that. 2 + 2 does equal 4.
Priority we should all agree on should be violent crime.
What we can all agree on is what to look at, I think. Because it is very hard to control any of your motor functions when you've taken at least 8 milligrams of Xanax.
95% of the people in ICE detention facilities have not been convicted of a violent crime.
I don't think that's a true
That's not a statement that matters, man.
statistic.
That's a fact.
ICE facilities, again, if ICE knows you're undocumented, they're legally required to take you to one. I don't know why you'd expect them all to be violent criminals. It's a weird argument.
From DHS itself.
I don't.
Pause.
We can't actually officially only deport violent criminals who are undocumented. Does he not understand this? We need to deport people if they're undocumented. That is a fact. We have to have some protection over the fact that borders do matter in this case, especially since, for instance, if you wanted to just open the border up, everyone would suffer because the United States economy would probably all the wages would depress again, and then no one has good outcomes. So it's kind of like the old adage of you can give a lot, but don't give so much, or don't try to overgive or overexert what you can do, if it will essentially eliminate your ability to do so. It's not a good way to actually go about things. If we could just take everyone into the world and give them the American experience, I don't know, I would advocate for it, but it's just not a reality, right? So this is not really a good argument. There needs to be a pressure of being deported because borders do matter. And there is a job to do. If you're here illegally, we can't just let everyone come illegally. It's not possible. I don't even know how this is supposed to go with this claim, but
You've been voted out by the majority. Please take your seat.
he's stressed. Wow.
How's it going?
Literally no one went for this one.
Martin, nice to meet you.
Let's see. It's my last name.
Oh, it's a great name. Awesome. So I guess on this illegal immigration point, you talked about affordability earlier, so I want to talk about that a little bit. Do you know how much the average American citizen contributes in taxes to subsidize illegal?
Oh, wow. I'm just going to get this one ready before he even talks because I'm fucking sick of these fucking morons. That's all I'm going to say. All right. We have 5.8 million active ITIN numbers in this country right now. Okay? And those are just active ones. Since 1996, they've issued over 26 million. An ITIN number is for an undocumented alien. So, before this guy even speaks a fucking word, I'm just going to beat him to it and call him a fucking moron. Illegal immigrants in this country pay taxes if they work. And it falls always onto how you live in this country. If you need to get an apartment, which they need to live somewhere, you need a bank account, you need to be able to prove earnings, instantly that shit's going to get sent to the IRS. They will come find you if you do not fucking pay taxes. That's why we offer ITINs. Illegal immigrants pay taxes. They pay sales tax, they pay federal tax, and they get fucking nothing for it because they're not going to see any Social Security, even though they get taxed on Social Security. So I can't wait for this dude to literally make the claim that illegal immigrants literally pay no taxes and take a lot, but I just wanted to beat him to it because it's been 20 minutes and 3 hours and I'm losing my fucking mind.
In this country?
How much?
That's $1,000 per U.S. taxpaying citizen subsidizing illegal immigrants in our country. We also talked about affordability earlier.
You're talking about federal taxes, right?
Yes.
No, he's just wrong. He's using the FAIR study again, which, by the way, I looked at the math of that fucking, just for fun. They use like some infographics. I thought that was kind of cool. You guys ready for this? Literally, this is their math. Fucking, wow. Total federal taxes paid. Look at that. Total state and local taxes paid. Should I play poker with him? I probably should stop here. Yeah, this is what he's citing, by the way. I'll just end it here, but I'm just going to go over how stupid this is, okay? Because this is how they do their math. Total economic impact. Total expenditures of the U.S., and then they minus it by what they think total tax contributions are. Now, I'm a little confused right off the bat, right? Because I'm not sure if anyone was really paying attention here, but I did just show exactly how many ITN numbers or ITI numbers there are in this country, okay? And they generate about $14.4 billion in income tax. Quite a lot of money. 6.5 in Social Security. So total, that's about 20. Is that 20? I'm retarded. 5. We have 21. 20. I was literally right there. I knew that. $20.9 billion in total taxes, including income tax, Social Security, and Medicare. Now, ITN returns represent 2.4% of all forms. Pretty small number. I mean, there are a pretty small amount of people. We have 370 million people in this country, so it's not that much. Okay? Now, how much do they take? Well, we have to ask ourselves, how exactly do illegal immigrants take the total national expenditures? How does that even work? Like what we spend on tanks and shit, I guess. Or is that, I'm sorry. I'm misremembering this. Down below they calculate the expenditures. Sorry. We have these right here, which calculate up to what they say it is. So let's go through them. We have total federal educational expenditures, primary and secondary education. Now, this right here, okay, limited English proficiency, okay? This one's inflated, by the way. But this right here actually probably makes a lot of money in the United States. And the reason being is because if you have someone who can't speak English in the country, there's only a certain number of jobs that that person can do. Now, if we spend a little bit of money to provide a like a parallel program for learning English for people who, you know, don't come from a family that speaks it, what does that mean for that individual now who's going through school? Are they able to access maybe higher education and better jobs? Maybe they can become, you know, like a doctor or a nurse or an engineer at that point. Is it worth the small amount of money to make sure that we, you know, essentially like have a massive increase in the educational outcomes that we would normally have just by simply teaching the English language to a few people as they go through school? It's not that much money. It really isn't. The amount of money that we make from the outcome of kids who can now, you know, pursue different career paths other than, you know, talking emotive expressions with like, you know, front of house in a restaurant, which not saying that's a bad job either, that contributes. This is not doing any justice, and they don't include any of that in their impact on positivity, that's for sure. I mean, I guess we'll never know exactly how many kids went through this program and then went on to become people who probably made your life better, but they can't believe that because then that would mean that they feel inferior because they're little bitches. Now, Head Start is not just specific to migrant or immigrant children. Also, these are American citizens, by the way, most of the time. So it's not like 5-year-olds are really like jumping the border most of the time. So most of this money here is being spent on actual American citizens, whether or not you agree with the 14th Amendment. That does still matter. You don't just get to like, you know, I don't like it, so I'm just going to exclude that from my math. So don't forget that most of this is spent on American citizens in the educational one. Uncompensated hospital expenditures. I don't know how that's a burden on the American government. It's a burden on insurance companies. But I bet they make a lot more money than they lose on this, that's for sure. I mean, if you've looked at the profits for any of them recently, they don't seem to be caring that much about it. Medicaid fraud. I forgot how they calculated that one. How the fuck did they do that? Summary of methodology. How did you do your... When official data... He stole it. That was sad, by the way. Oh, they also calculated that there is 20.9 million when the U.S.-born children of illegal aliens are included, which is, again, what they decided to do. I'm sorry, this paper's coming back to me because I read it a while ago, but a lot of very, how do I say this? Like, it would be frowned upon by any economist who's worth, like, their shit, okay? Because they also do shit like this. When official data is unclear or unavailable, FAIR look to research generated by credible nonpartisan organizations and institutions. On the rare occasion that the calculation must be estimated, we offer a detailed reasoning for the estimation. Throughout this study, we have taken caution to never overestimate totals and have chosen to err on the lower side of cost estimates by including the citizen children of illegal immigrants in C. Fucking Christ. It's like 14.6, by the way. Let's see here. Wow, this is great. We're going to go back. So we have medical expenditures, Medi-Cal expansion. This is also for citizens too. Also, to get Medi-Cal, you'd have to be paying taxes. It's kind of the way you get Medi-Cal. Other state programs. Thank you for telling me which ones. Uncompensated medical expense. Didn't we just look at that one? I thought it was 8 million. Whatever. Improper Medicaid payouts. I can't remember how they came to that conclusion either. State administration of justice, policing. Anyone want to know how they got that number? They just like take cities that they think are illegal and just like add up the fucking overtime or what? Corrections. State border. I don't know how you can just like charge the total population of legal immigrants the cost of the state border. That to me seems a little like you're overestimating in this total. Child Care and Development Fund. That would most likely go to citizens more than it does, but again, they're including non-citizens. SNAP cannot go to undocumented immigrants. It can go to the children of undocumented immigrants. So the SNAP here is primarily for citizens of, or the citizen children of undocumented immigrants. You don't just get to like, again, ignore the 14th Amendment. If you don't like it, fine. I don't care. It is still an amendment and they are still citizens. We could change it. Trump could literally come out tomorrow and make a bill that probably everyone would agree with to probably fix the maybe antiquated idea of it's clear in a necessary amendment, but we could adjust it to maybe not do the children nationalization just now. I'm sure there's a way, but I don't think Trump has even attempted to, and he will not. He's just trying to remove it by executive order. So, but you don't just get to ignore it when you're doing data on behalf of the government. And this is a big number, right? Total education expenditures. I don't remember how they even got to this number. Okay. Does anyone know how schools are funded in the United States on a state and local level? Any takers? I'm all ears right now. Because this is pretty important, I think. If your answer was they're funded by those local communities through taxation, like property tax mainly, sometimes county taxes, sales taxes, your answer would be correct. And in that case, no, you can't just literally charge the expenditure account of how much funding goes through local, which they participate in if they live next to the school. They've funded it. They live there. It's asinine to think that you can just total expenditure that to the total immigrant population. I don't even know how that's possible. Okay? Because there is no like federal funding for education outside of like student loans. Everything else is done essentially by the states or done through local governments, and that's done through essentially property taxes or some other means of tax, which if they're living in the community they would participate in. Pretty stupid to just like randomly double charge them. But whatever. So that's a lot of money taken off, 70 billion. I think we can probably knock this number down to about even then, and then a lot of this goes to citizens. This goes entirely to U.S. children. You cannot get welfare if you are an undocumented immigrant. So it looks to me like this number is actually lower by this shitty math that you have now. What a fun study, dude. I could have sworn they had like a section for a little bit more detail. Oh, look. As with federal costs, state and local taxes are offset to some degree by the taxes legal aliens pay. Oh, what services are those? The education one? They literally just added up meals in schools are for children mostly, dude. Most of these affect undocumented immigrant citizen children. I'm losing my mind.
Why are house prices so expensive right now?
In the US, or this is because institutional investors are simply putting money where it best makes more money and is a logical investment place, and we have no restrictions on them doing that. If you look at the quarter by quarter, the percentage of single family residences in any destination city across this country, and you try to see how much of the houses purchased were done by institutional investors, which I know that means you could include smaller landlords, or it depends on how you want to categorize this, but for the sake of this argument, just know that even with a limited scope on this, it's about 30% or 22 to 35, depending on the city. So it's either 1/5 or 1/3 of all the homes being purchased are being purchased by people who aren't even a fucking family and won't fucking live in them. So you want to know why homes are so expensive? It's probably because we let people invest in them at the behest, the unfortunate consequence of people like you and me. And if you think illegal immigrants are buying homes, I don't know. They must have brought a lot of money over or something. Pretty hard to buy a home in pesos.
We haven't built enough over the time.
Well, I mean, that's...
Oh my fucking God. No. Obviously, supply is an issue in areas that have low supply because developers don't like to build in bumfuck nowhere if they know it's bumfuck nowhere. They like to build next to bumfuck somewhere, and that makes supply somewhat restrictive for certain areas, but it makes supply pretty not restrictive for areas of destination. They're constantly building homes. The problem here is people assume that houses act like a simple product, like this fucking water bottle for some reason. In economics, the housing supply does not just simply go against or like act in the same way as like a normal product does with the demand for housing. This is just laughably fucking stupid. And there's a few reasons for this. Right now, the supply of houses is pretty low. But over time, if you look at these two things historically, there's been times where supply is pretty high. Does the price of housing go down during those moments? No. It always goes up. Why is that? Because it's treated as an investment. It's not in someone's brain to think that a house is supposed to go down in value. So whether or not supply, which does impact a little bit of this price, there is a relationship here, it is not in any way influential enough to make it your first fucking statement in an argument here. It is just stupid. Okay. I think we probably want to get rid of the artificial demand. That is about 30% of the total demand. 30 to 35, 22 to 35. Created by literal fucking investment firms that do nothing. They don't promote community. They don't do anything outside of a vehicle to make money very easily and well and over a long period of time. We should just regulate that. No more fucking buying homes, dude. We want families to live in homes.
part of the reason, but I would say another part of the reason is because we've had 10 million people enter our
Yeah, I guess we would have seen that on the spending report. I don't know, man. 10 million people buying homes seems like it would show up somewhere. In like, I don't know, some way in the economy, right? I mean, how many pesos does it take to equal a dollar? I mean, would the bank even like, how would the bank even know if this person is able to buy the home? You know, get the mortgage for them. Has this guy thought any of this through? Or is he just like cosplaying as someone who's going to buy a home in the future, not knowing that there's like actually a process, and it can be pretty difficult when you're trying to bid out the Chinese guy with cash. It's worth a lot more than pesos.
country in the last 4 years who aren't supposed to be in our country. And guess what? When you kick
We
out
are clapping for this. They took your jobs and they took your homes.
according to the admin, 2 million.
They do rent, I guess. They drive up renting prices to a degree. Part of that's a complicated thing as well.
Over this first year, we've had housing prices fall this quarter. Why do you think housing prices have fell this quarter?
Because Trump's stupid PPP loan program created about $1 trillion of extra money to give to pretty wealthy people already, who then went on to buy assets to the tune of, I think it tripled the total amount of asset worth in this country in 1 year. I wonder why. I mean, the stimulus checks didn't do that because people bought TVs or drugs or a car. They certainly weren't buying assets. Not like that's going to help you do that. But $1 trillion just given to people who already have money. What do you think they're going to do with it? They're going to buy assets. And for anyone who doesn't understand what I'm saying right now, I can just bring up a few things here. We'll show probably one of my favorite little economic little charts to show exactly how insane 2020's stupid where the hell is it? What am I doing? Economic data sets. You're in here. You? There it is. Assets, total assets. Okay. So, does anyone see anything out of the ordinary here? I sure as fuck do. Somewhere around right when this stupid PPP loan program happened, where we injected $1 trillion into the fucking economy to people who did not need it and was completely fraudulent, which created a shit ton of inflation, by the way. Thank you, Trump. You fucking idiot. Assets are naturally going to go down because the demand for assets rose quickly when people who buy assets got $1 trillion, which exploded the total amount of asset worth in this country. It's unreasonable to think that it would stay at this fucking height. And no one wants to sell their home right now because, well, a lot of people got homes around 2018, 2020. A lot of people certainly did not buy homes at this time outside of these fucking people. They don't care about interest rates. And then as inflation started to cool, interest rates still are not going down. And part of the reason for that is because the uncertainty and volatility in our economy right now. But we have a massive amount of, if I'm not mistaken, we have one of the worst spreads right now between buyers and sellers in the housing market because of interest rates having this shock effect after that asset boom. So there are 40% more sellers than there are buyers. So no one wants to buy a home right now. Okay. And it's not a buyer's market. That is a lie. Just because there are more sellers right now than there are buyers doesn't mean that magically it is a buyer's market if you are looking to buy. It means people don't want to buy because they're scared to buy, or it's not really economically advantageous because the interest rates are still more shitty than if they sold their home and bought a new home. So no one's moving. Assets are going to go down because of that, or the price of it. I'm eager to hear what this guy's thoughts are on this. I bet it's going to be full of information. I guess we'll see.
Over the last
If it's brown people, I'm going to fucking blow my brains out, though.
2 years, right? Let's just say over the last 4 years. When do you think the majority of housing inflation happened? 1 years.
Tell me.
2021, 2022?
2020 and 2021.
As a result of that?
Probably.
We know that, but we know our highest years for immigration into this country were after that.
Well,
so the results is that we saw in the
It was a weird way to bring that up. I mean, it's technically kind of a logically sound argument, actually. If you're trying to discount the timeline, I mean, the sequence there is good. I don't know. I wanted him to continue because not enough people know about how the asset spike happened, but I'll take it. It's fine.
Time period in which we had the most illegal immigration coming into this country.
Nope, he's wrong there. That is not true. The immigration we had in this past immigration crisis was not the most in its history. That happened in the early 2000s. I don't know why he wouldn't know that, but
was not coincided with the increase in housing prices.
Well, can you explain to me why housing prices have fell this quarter? What policy change?
Well, no one is trying to sell their home to get into a higher interest rate. You know, adult stuff, finance. Not everyone can wear really shitty polos and then wear 2 collars, you know? Why are there so many people with 2 collars on? What is going on? The fuck?
Has been brought about besides kicking out millions of people.
Because here's the
I can't. I'll wait until you see the bill for that one, buddy.
The issue is that when you look at, for
the
example,
housing cost then.
For example, what immigration as a whole, whether it's illegal immigration, whether it's legal immigration, we know that accounts for maybe 1%, maybe 2% of total housing inflation. The rest of it is the fact that we literally have not built up to the demand.
I don't know how you can make that claim. Total immigration, it's definitely higher than 1%. I don't know. I don't know how you made that claim.
We literally have.
I mean, I agree with on that.
That's
point.
the overarching.
I mean, 100% we should be building more housing.
So that's.
Okay, do you want to build homes in the middle of Kansas next to some no-name town that no one will move to? Okay, we can't just fucking build more homes, bro. A developer needs to know that people are going to fucking buy them, and that makes the decision to where and when to build the homes kind of strategic. It's not that supply is extremely bad. There are areas that are impacted, dense, but it lacks in comparison, in my opinion, to foreign investment and institutional investment, which is quickly buying out anyone who is even remotely close to buying a home. And where I live in Orange County, okay, I used to work with like my business partner when I had my business. He had a great relationship with real estate agents or companies. I think we worked with like 71% of the total real estate company. That's probably a fucking lie. It doesn't matter. I have no idea. A lot of them. And, you know, I've shot like homes that are $55 million and some of them are like 12, 1.5. A lot. We would shoot videos for the homes as part of like a little contract thing we had with a lot of them. It was some that was stable, a little more frequent. And I swear to God, I have watched people, you know, who are excited to buy a home in like this area called Quail Hill. It's like, I think there were about $3 to $5 million homes. And then on the very top, it was like $13 million homes to $24 million homes. And I literally saw a Chinese dude buy, and I know they were Chinese because they dislike certain numbers. They're like superstitious about it. It's very funny. He bought like 7 homes on the street for that high street, and then purchased the home at the end that was like 22 or 24 million, and for his son who was going to UCI. And I just can't really, just didn't really feel like that was really helping out anyone in Orange County where it's already pretty expensive to live here. There is so much foreign or just like money coming in that pushes any dense area out of buying anything. So supply is hard to do here because building homes it's more difficult if the area you're trying to do is restricted by like the NIMBYism shit, whatever you want to call it. Those are obviously factors. But how do we just never understand that like letting GM's financial arm, a fucking car company, buy fucking homes could be a good thing? What the fuck?
That's the reason why housing has gone up for a long time, no matter what it is. No matter the
Yep. Doesn't matter about supply. Thank you. He got that right. Because people expect it to go up. It is an asset investment. It is not something that people expect to go down. Therefore, it doesn't follow the same logic as just like, this water bottle's on sale now.
facts are, in this country, we have not built enough housing.
Sure, but removing 10 million people would also do a whole hell of a lot to decrease the supply of people that are competing for housing.
Well,
they're not competing for owning homes, you fucking idiot. They have no money. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, we also know that of the people that build those homes, 50% of those people are those that are immigrants into this country.
American.
So if you go and you
That's not a good argument to even address the fact that housing is a problem in this country. Just because you work a job doesn't mean you simply should be guaranteed the thing that you work on or build. I might be ignorant on that. I'm really bad at following pop culture because I think it's fucking stupid. But I think I do remember reading her saying "fuck ICE" or something at the Grammys, right? I mean, I guess a moment to try and talk about it, but I feel like I don't think it'll do what well, I think that ICE is acting illegally right now, to be honest. So I sympathize with the statement. I just feel like it doesn't remotely produce the outcome that you would want. So, which we kind of need the little wins right now. I don't know. I feel like maybe a dumb way in to do it. Even if ICE did literally murder someone and 2 people, and it makes you upset. Stolen land situation? Did she bring up stolen land? That's the dumbest fucking argument ever. You go back far enough, you will find every country is now invalidated because like that argument to me is always absolutely beyond stupid. I mean, what are we going to go back to? When we were amoebas? I mean, we still killed each other when we were souls. She's wrong. I'm sorry. She lives and makes millions of dollars on stolen land. Why did she just go to the closest Indian reservation and give it up? Because that's not going to fucking do anything. It's not going to actually acknowledge the fact that the America did treat Native Americans inappropriately. And giving up the land is also not going to do that either. And again, you go back far enough, I promise you that you find that all of a sudden no one is now safe. Yeah, I if she said that statement, I just think it's naive. And again, one of the only reasons she's even able to afford that is because she has a country with borders that doesn't let people come in, because we have protection over our wages due to the borders. So, how much does a popular music artist, make in Panama? How much does a popular music artist make in, I don't know, Malaysia? I can assure you it's not Billie Eilish fucking money. So I'm not really sure. Maybe she might say I'm being mean or like a little bit judgmental, but I find that statement to just kind of do no good, even if it is technically true. I feel like it just confuses anyone trying to talk about the argument or even like acknowledge the fact that it happened. Starts doing like the victim blaming thing, which no one is responsive to and all that. I mean, she probably needs the security guards, by the way. She is Billie Eilish. There's a lot of fucking weird people in the world. All right, there's a lot of weird. Don't underestimate the power of like very weird and insecure people who are psychotic. Did it work? Oh, you're an ancestor of the Tonga tribe? I mean, kind of a valid DM, right? I mean, she's the one who brought it up. I'm unaware of what the Tonga tribe is, but hey, man. It could be on the land between Fisher Price and Lego. I'm sorry, I thought you said Tonka. My bad.
When you round up specific these people, you're also going to be able to build
Thank you
less
for the
housing
follow.
as it currently stands.
Okay, so why housing prices?
I try to be. If you stay around long enough, though, you'll find that I'm definitely extremely cool-tempered. I no anger issues here. Emotion is completely out the door.
Just felt this quarter.
I'm
The only
angry.
There's no intrusive thoughts here of just wanting to strangle everyone in this video until they fucking die.
policy change we've had that can relate to housing prices
That's not true.
is people getting kicked out of our country.
That's not true. For
What
example,
federal housing policy?
for example, in a
I don't know. Can he name one? Probably not. I bet if I said the word HUD, he'd be like, what does that mean? Is that like a video game thing?
city of Austin, they use federal funds, for example, to do something that they called it was a housing initiative that they had. It lets
Okay, if you're gonna cite something, man, you gotta have some more information on it.
So rents declining for the first time in a long time, housing prices declining for the first time in a long time.
That's because of the asset boom in 2021 from the $1 trillion in fraudulent payments from the PPP loans again. Once again, it's expected to go down because it fucking literally turned into like a computer spiking in its task manager. Okay. Does this look normal? It's fucking not normal. Thank you, Trump, you stupid fucking moron. Obviously it can't stay this high. It's going to have to come down because normal people don't get $1 trillion to buy homes. So it was expected.
That was because they put pro-housing policies.
Yeah,
In
I
fact,
agree.
I'm sorry, what? Housing prices declined for the first time because they had pro-housing policies?
it was a housing initiative that they had. It led to rents declining for the first time in a long time, housing prices declining for the first time in a long time.
Sure.
That was because they put pro-housing policies.
Yeah, that doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. What is a pro-housing policy? Like a sign that says go houses or something? What the fuck are we talking about? You mean like building houses? Again, Austin is a destination center. It has a lot of investment, especially in its outskirts cities, because developers are strategically anticipating, trying to. They use a lot of data to try and do this. Discover the next area in which people who want to move to the surrounding metro will move to. So housing there is a little bit cyclical. They'll have moments of some more supply, moments of some more demand, outside of moments where this fucking happens. And then we have the buyer-seller spread right now because, I mean, assets went up so much in price that the average person is not going to fucking buy anything right now. Are you kidding me? And again, the interest rates are the other issue. No one wants to sell a home and then buy a new home. So when you do that, right, if you sell a home, you usually are going to go and buy a new home. And you don't want to swap out your fucking nice interest rate that you got before 2020 with a new one that looks like fucking ass. So they don't want to sell. So there's a little bit of gridlock right now. No one wants to buy these homes because I don't want to fucking pay that interest rate, and I know that houses are stupidly high because of that fucking defrauding that happened in 2020. There's so many factors in this that I can go on and on and on forever. But how in the fuck does he think it's possible to just be like pro-housing policies made housing and rent go down?
Same thing. It's the exact same thing in Minnesota. What's happening in America is that more cities are coming around to understand that the more housing that you build, the lower that.
No, it's not the lower it costs. Again, because housing is not a water bottle. You don't look at a house and go, "Oh my God, it's on sale. I should order it right now." Housing is an asset investment. People expect it to always grow their wealth, and it has historically. So there's a lot of conditional historical meaning to this. Simply building more housing doesn't mean people are going to lower their prices, because they expect it to make wealth and money. You could build tons of homes surrounding a home that's selling for $400,000, and it's going to take a lot of fucking homes for those people to be like, yeah, we need to take the hit on this. It's not actually worth, what we plan for it to be. That's a fantasy, okay? The best way to probably deal with the price of homes in this country is to stop companies like GM that build fucking cars from simply making a new company called GRAM or something, which is a real company, by the way. It's their financial investment arm, and a fucking car company goes and buys single family homes, and we're just like, cool? No, fuck you. That we can literally lower about 30% of the artificial demand for homes right now. 30%, that's a lot. And then have people actually move into homes. I think that would probably lower the prices of homes, new homes. Anyways.
Leads for regular people. That's what's happening. Because if you look at, for example, the rate of increase, the way that it's stabilized and the way that
wow, economic terms that don't exist.
It starts to go down. It follows a trend.
If you did look at this, you would know that it happened because of clear defrauding of the government through fucking free money, through payroll programs that were absolute fraud. You would realize that this is most definitely not normal. So no, it's not stabilizing, it's correcting.
Trend of more cities adopting pro-housing policies.
Yep. A lot of companies do this. So they have GM Financial. I mean, this is a fucking car company, right? Strange that rent is usually not less. It wouldn't be strange, only because the thing about a mortgage is you're locked into like a 30-year. Right now it's, I'd say traditionally it used to be like 25. Now it's about 30, and that's a long time. Which means your payments are going to be a little bit lower, right? But you do have to like prove quite a bit more to be able to get a mortgage, right? The thing about rent is a lot of people don't have that, and there's a lot of competition, and there's no way to really build. I mean, historically, owning a home is the best way to build your wealth. Probably the largest expansion of wealth I can think of in the history of humanity is probably right after World War II, the VA home loans that we gave to the tune of $55 billion in total home assets, I think by 1955, which accounted for just a massive expansion of wealth in this country. And really hard to buy expensive homes when you don't have any wealth to begin with. So renting is usually the option for most people. And because there's no long-term contracts with renting, credit history doesn't matter. Credit wasn't even a thing until 1991, 1994. It's not even a real thing. if you make enough money, you can have the worst credit on the fucking planet, and if you can show that, let's say you get a new job and you make enough money to that's like impressive, they don't give a fuck. I mean, they may try and they'll try and like increase your interest rate more than what you would like, right? Your APR or whatever. I'm getting that correct. I'm not like the most apt finance guy. More of an economics guy, but I might be missing or misplacing some of the fucking terminology, so bear with me. But they don't give a fuck about credit history for that. It's gonna be how much you have in assets at the time, like what you can put down, if it's a reasonable amount. If your credit history is bad, they might ask for more of a down payment from your assets, right? But most homeowners in the U.S., like historically, again, after World War II, the U.S. government essentially created some really aggressive home ownership plans. So the VA loan was insane, and they facilitated a lot of the home building. They improved it over time for veterans, and it allowed a lot of people who would not have been able to own homes be able to own homes. We don't have anything like that now, really. We do have a VA loan, but the military is not a vehicle in the same way following World War II. So we have a different nature of how our economy is working right now, or how we can actually facilitate home ownership. I'm not saying like we need to finance government loans to everyone. I'm just saying that's the history. Right now, I think home ownership is kind of out of reach because of a lot of factors. There's the one I mentioned about institutional investors, essentially having no regulation and knowing that since property is such a good investment and an easy place to hold money instead of just cash, which can fluctuate in value considerably, they buy homes, because why wouldn't you? I mean, if you need to put money somewhere or invest it somewhere and you know that homes just go up in value and they're an easy place to fucking invest, why wouldn't you do that, right? So that happens a lot. No, you're talking about the lead up to 2008, the Lehman's crisis. I think you're confusing a little bit of how that actually came about. Yeah, so actually the Lehman's crisis was mainly due to the commercially mortgage-backed security loans that they were doing. But for about 20 years before that, buddy, the government has been doing mortgage-backed securities perfectly fine. The problem came when they allowed it for allowed private companies to do this mortgage-backed security. So the commercial mortgage-backed security came later. And I mean, the government regulates it much more. And also, the Lehman Brothers crisis was mainly due to, not mainly, but another factor is the veracity of how money changed with the internet. The ability to invest, it just became far more complicated. You could, instead of waiting a long time or like not really knowing where to put money, or historically these pockets of places you do it, the internet allowed people to invest in a multitude of ways and complicated ways in which weren't really thought of before. And that was kind of a risky situation because we didn't know how to regulate it. Boom and bust would happen in any economic doctrine, even a socialist or a communist, or take your pick. Boom and bust is a part of the cyclical nature of economies. There's no way to stop that. We can protect the potentiality of whether or not it becomes an exponential problem, right? Which we did not do in 2008. I mean, we kind of did protect against it, but I think everyone understands why it was necessary, but also really frustrating. But socialism tries to make them less. How? Socialism is, in my opinion, a pretty broad term, and so is capitalism. So socialism at its pure form has zero control over money. I don't know what you're talking about. How do you invest in like a communist or socialist system? Like, how do you have investment vehicles? Okay, so socialism doesn't mean government. Socialism, in my opinion, and this is just me talking now, means essentially that the working class, or you want to break it down to like more Marx, you can use a dictionary, it's fine. I'm just going to tell you my own opinion on it, like my own interpretation for it, because socialism is not really something you can define in like a single dictionary word or like a Merriam-Webster sentence. It's got like about 55 million fucking dudes who have given their opinions on how it should go and how it should look. And I think the main tenet of it kind of circles around the working class, or at least the people who work on labor, have most of the buying power in the country, or have control over the means of production in the Marxist way. And when I say control, I don't mean they literally control it. I mean they have at least some form of control, so a reputable or like an appropriate amount of share of those things. Yeah, so a planned economy, which, I mean, the CCCP is probably not a good pick for that. I mean, there's a reason that actual Marxists and socialists kind of separated from Lenin, and then further on Stalin, absolutely, but when Stalin took power. But I'm not really sure the working anyone in the USSR had. Oh, you're talking about China. Why the fuck am I talking about the USSR? Jesus Christ. Ugh. Sorry. We can ignore all that. Omit everything I just said. And yes, deep dive. A big part of 2008 was due to mortgage defaults. Due to subprime loan packaging, right, on those commercially backed mortgage-backed securities, which have less regulation to them. And then the bank, Lehman Brothers, for instance, a very reputable bank, was taking the home loans that the debt from the home loans, like the individual loans themselves, packaging them together, and then reselling them. And when they started to default, it started to corrupt, or essentially cause the entire thing to collapse. And they they did a lot of that. So, and it's obviously intertwined with a lot of other banks and things like that. So we needed a bailout. It was a necessary bailout, but very frustrating one. But again, we've kind of fixed some of the things that caused the 2008 financial crisis. And the big one was allowing private companies to go ahead and do the mortgage-backed securities that were already being done in a less regulated way via the commercially backed one. I feel like that happening at the time of the internet becoming something that you can use to like invest money just in a way and no one can fucking imagine, set the conditions for like a financial crisis. Yeah. I think the first way, I'll come back to what you were saying about the CCP, by the way, Orange America Cap. I think the best way to probably fix a little bit of the imbalance for home ownership, again, would be get rid of institutional investment and foreign investment. It's really hard to do, though, in places like California, because California is like incentivized the need, like the revenue from property taxes, to be from new buyers, right? And a lot of foreign investment comes in California. And since we have grandfathered property taxes, California has like incentivized itself to not want families to stay in homes for a long time. And they incentivize themselves to take money from like financial institutions or like corporate landlords. I mean, again, institutional investment means a very broad range. It could be someone who owns 5 homes to some people. It could be someone who owns 10, 100. It doesn't really matter. The actual amount of homes being purchased every quarter, and I don't mean the total amount of homes in the country owned by private interests right now. That's about it's only about 2%. It's not a lot. It doesn't matter. What matters is who's buying the homes right now. As in when old people are selling them, right? Prop 13. Yeah, okay, yeah. I didn't know the actual prop name for it, but yeah. Yeah, essentially touch it and you die. And this does incentivize California to essentially want people who are going to buy homes fast, right? And people who live in a home for 10 years or... Yeah, I live in Orange County, a place that is very fucked by this. But institutional investors make up about 22 to 35% of the demand for the home purchasing in Orange County. I think it's about 35%, depending on if I think it's a reasonable thing to include like smaller mid landlords in institutional investment. Some people would say only like BlackRock can be included in that. I say fuck you, I don't care. I don't really care about people who like buy an extra home. You know, that's not included in my reasoning, but 35% is fucking a lot. That's artificial demand that really shouldn't be there. And it's the worst kind of demand because it means that you're not getting a family who wants to be a part of the community, right? People who rent don't care about voting in their local community. They don't care about the local community that much because they don't know if they're going to stay there, right? So there's a lot of negative effects that come out of just thinking that it's okay to allow GM, a car company, instead of just making a better fucking car, which they just refuse to do because they suck at making cars. Instead, they're like, well, we suck at doing that, so why don't we just buy property? It's like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, let GM fucking die and their stupid fucking cars, you know? Toyota fucking came in, they were mad about that. Again, the percentage of total ownership in the US is actually low, but that would make sense because we didn't used to have institutional investors purchasing homes. So the fact that 2% of all homes in the United States are owned by institutional investors doesn't matter because what matters is who is buying the homes right now. As in, if you or I wanted to go buy a home, we have to compete. And the percentages right now, the demand from institutional investment in like Orange County is 35% about. So 35% of the total demand that I'm in competition with is like literally a fucking car company or some other private financial interest. That is stupid as fuck. And then this doesn't even include foreign investors who are institutional investors. They pay with cash, like a lot of the Chinese investors who come to the Orange County. And I don't say that to be like xenophobic. I mean, it's just a good place for them to put money. And there's a lot of rich Chinese people. One of the best places to fucking invest is literally just in homes because they know it's going to go up in price. And it's fucking in US dollars, right? They can convert their money. Or at least make sure they don't hold cash. It's literally the best investment for them. And that's not even included in what I'm saying. So just with that included, it's probably like 55%. I mean, imagine what that would do to the cost of a home, right? If like, you know, you have to compete with people who aren't even going to take out a loan. They just tell the bank, here's cash. Banks are like, all right, fuck you, Jimmy and your family. Like, I don't want to wait 25 years for this, and you may not even pay it. You may go under. I'm going to take this guy's money. Like, you can be, I've literally seen fucking people in Orange County be in like closing almost in like escrow and then get outbid by someone in cash, even though they were like pretty much set. It's disheartening, to be honest. And you can't really blame the person selling the home if it's an individual, for one. Because they don't want to go through a bank to make sure that they can get the money. Or, I mean, they'll just get the money from the bank when it transfers anyway, but it is still an easier process nonetheless. So that if someone just hands them cash, they're like, okay, whatever, fuck it. Fuck that. I don't want to fucking go through all the bank shit. It's a problem. It definitely affects the prices. Yeah, it's lesser risk and complication, 100%. So, like, the incentives we have right now are completely out of whack. I think those two things would make a big difference. And then, obviously, you'd have to talk about the zoning stuff. Those are all factors, too. But yep. They charge more rent than what the mortgage is. It's not that simple for a lot of landlords, though. I don't want to, like, just make it seem like every landlord is like a blood-sucking vampire. You know, like Marx describes capitalism and Das Kapital. But some of them, you know, there's problems when you try and own like an investment home. Like, you know, tenants can fucking really cause you to fucking lose everything if they decide not to pay. You can seriously get fucked, but I'm not talking about those people. The people I'm talking about who are actually damaging the economy and the markets for homes, they don't have to worry about that. And they are doing exactly what you're saying. And again, the best part is that it's not just that they're turning a profit. The home is going to be worth more in the future. So the companies they always try and find places to invest money, right? Because the company wants to grow. And a lot of companies just know that, I mean, no one's stopping us, and homes just go up. Everyone knows homes are fucking desirable, and they're like, why the fuck not? I mean, you can't really blame them, right? Like, we just are being stupid on our governmental side. It's definitely severe lack of government policy. Someone who has the income to pay for a home can probably approve that. Whether or not we should lower the... I mean, definitely don't do any mortgage-backed securities, but the thing about housing now is that it is so expensive that it is extremely risky, even for banks, obviously, still, to just like lower the barriers to actually own a home. I think, again, the quickest way to probably at least alleviate some of the new home purchasing costs would be just stop, you know, public universities and the LDS Church and GM and insert whatever fucking stupid money interest you can think of from just taking the easy investment and let a family fucking buy it instead, right? Like we value a lot of things in this economy to the point at which we regulate who can do what and when, and this seems to me like one of those that we should do. I feel like it's a hard argument to say otherwise. Like, oh, okay, we want everyone on our community, you know, street to rent. Sick. No one wants that. What do you mean? It is pretty easy to buy and sell a home. It's pretty easy to buy and sell a home if you're like an institutional investor. And then, again, the zoning stuff. Maybe we could. The thing is, this would rely on states. A lot of states are honestly incapable of like taking care of themselves, and I say that with the most disrespect because a lot of states think that like government should never spend money and should like operate on a surplus, right? And that's just the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, government should never have a surplus. I mean, government should be injecting money into the public, into the hands of the people in the government, or sorry, in the economy. If a government has a surplus, that means they're just sitting on cash, not doing a single thing and separate from the economy. That's fucking retarded. So a government running a deficit, which is why we run deficits, is a government literally growing the economy. It's not negative because it's technically going into the public's hands. So the negative number there is, it should be thought of as like an inverse thing there. If a government was just holding on to money, it would never do anything, and it would just cause inflation for no reason. If it was just cash, for sure. I don't know what the fuck it would like stockpiles of it in a warehouse, like awesome, not doing a single thing. Governments don't really have like agency over money that way like we do when we think of individuals. So they don't have to prove to a bank, you know, to buy a home by like putting up collateral or something, right? Governments literally fucking make money. They don't have to prove that to anyone. I know. What I'm trying to say now is that with the states thing is that a lot of states literally do not spend like a single dime on doing what you just said. Not just selling the land, but like trying to facilitate programs or like build programs that want people to move there. Like, you know, some housing programs that maybe in certain areas, you know, that they want developers to build in. There's so many fucking ways you can go about doing this that would have different effects. You could do tax deductions specifically for developers on certain areas. You can do it for individuals to promote investment. You could create tax deductions for new businesses that want to open up businesses in areas that are not exactly like Austin, but like kind of outside of larger cities. They don't spend any money to do that. They literally just think that states and governments should just stay out of it. And developers don't want to build in the middle of fucking nowhere because it's the middle of nowhere. So a lot of states, if they wanted to try and fix this problem of like people literally moving to like only one city in their state, they need to spend money. Because if the state doesn't spend money to make any part of their state better, why the fuck would people spend any money to do that for them? I mean, I think that's probably the most logical way to put it. If we did that first, it would alleviate a lot. But it is still multifaceted. Again, the state investment thing I think would probably help a lot. Make people want to move there, right? Like you can't just wait for people to suddenly make like a new Austin, Texas and insert bumfuck nowhere town, right? Like when towns have money or when they are like making some money, they should be trying to find ways to invest in themselves, like spend money to make yourself desirable, and then people will come. But people are not gonna come to bumfuck nowhere if like there's not a fucking hospital within 500 miles. Or an OBGYN or, you know, a fucking school that has anything going on for it. And I'm not saying this to be like mean towards like the rural America. It's just because plenty of places that are populated don't spend money because they think it's like a sin for a government to do it as well. But I mean, you can't expect people to want to move somewhere and build somewhere if the state doesn't even fucking take it seriously, right? It's just that. Exactly. No, you're 100% correct. That's another thing. Another way this could work. A state could cooperate with like a local county on needs. Maybe they know that their software developer, or not developer, but like I know Lithuania has done a little bit of this with the EU and it's worked out pretty well, but they noticed that a lot of jobs, they needed a need for like software engineers, if I'm not mistaken. So they developed these like government programs that would incentivize them to come. And now they're like, they have a bustling industry of this. And these are all things that you can do that are not like shitty subsidizing, right? Like they're smart investments. Yeah. Well, I think those were mainly done by private companies with a lot of money, but unless I'm wrong. Like there are so many towns in the Appalachian, okay, that are coal mining towns, right? They all went to shit because they knew coal was going to be phased out at some point. Coal sucks. Fucking, you know, there's no reason to just think that coal would stay around forever. Steam got replaced by coal, and I bet there was a lot of fucking steamos who were like, fuck coal, it's not even cool anyway. Steam is better. We use steam. Why do we want to switch to coal? Coal came and went, fuck you, steam. Like, that happened to coal, okay? But what didn't happen is all the Appalachian cities, when they were rich, they didn't fucking care about the future. They were like, I don't know, where did all the money they had went? That's why they're shit now. They should have fucking spent money to adapt. But now it's like, what do you expect them to do? Like, the state needs to spend money to help them now. Like, they have $0 in some Appalachian coal mining town, and it's like everyone's on fucking food assistance and SNAP, and it's not because of them. The fucking job growth rate, I went and looked up, like some of these cities, the high school graduation rate is higher than the amount of jobs added in the towns of those high schools. So there's no jobs. Like, what the fuck are they going to do? Like, to me, I just like the state needs to have programs in which they help the citizens of their fucking their state, like, invest when they can't. Like, there's no way to expect that state or like that city to like incentivize or, you know, entice like some fucking doctor guy who just went to school for $300,000 to come to that shitty town. Yeah, something that you, in my opinion, and this is kind of a capitalist way, a little bit, is if you don't adapt, then shame on you. Definitely try to see the future when you're rich. And Las Vegas is very rich right now. If the gambling industry goes down and all the dudes who have all the money decide that they're not going to try and adapt, which is something that is inherently, in my opinion, capitalistic, then you deserve to die. I don't know. Get better? That's my accountability argument there. The same one I give to anyone who thinks that losing to a trans athlete is unacceptable. Because my argument to that would be, you just fucking suck and you probably just need to fucking practice more, you fucking bitch. Because at the highest level, that's not happening, you know? And if like little Sally in high school is running like a 6 mile and loses to a transgender person, it's not because the transgender person is cheating. It's because little Sally sucks. The same argument. Such a mean argument. All right. That was fun. Good questions, by the way, Devil. Or not just questions, but conversation. Yeah, but there was massive government programs to build those homes. So developers did not have as much as the stress of like choosing incorrectly. Plus, the developers knew that the government essentially guaranteed a very large percentage of people to have loans on behalf of the government to fill those homes when they were built. So the stress of being a developer, which world's smallest violin a little bit, is a little bit different now. And it's not like we can't use the government to somehow, again, facilitate a lot of these programs. There's definitely people smarter than me who could write it out and we could talk about it. I could help try to understand it. I'm not sure if I'm the right person who has the answer, but what I can definitely point out is that a few things that would at least alleviate the fucking problem. Yeah. Now the game of like using the government to help do these things is obviously the unintended consequences, right? So simply just like giving subsidies to developers to do it, not a good idea. There's a lot of confounding variables here that end up with like unintended consequences that do present problems, right? So the vision is gonna have to be one that's like definitely well thought out, and it will be complex. It's just I don't think it's impossible, and it certainly will be much better than just expecting Appalachia, to just like crumble away into dust while everyone there just lives off food stamps because it's just not a real city. To me, I think spending the money through the government to at least try and help these people is something that they need to do. The government can facilitate it through the federal one, and the further you localize it, give it to the state so they know how to use it better, give it to the county, work with them, just have some things in place maybe to make sure that it gets done correctly. Try and eliminate obtuse bidding problems, where like single people or single companies or nonprofits or contractors get bids the majority of the time. That's pretty difficult to do. So you don't just end up with like a feedback mechanism where one person is always the one you choose and they just start costing you more. They start charging the government more. But to me, I still think all of that is worth everything to try and at least make Appalachia a place people want to live again. It does help. It does help. People right now, though, unfortunately, Bird Baines, seems to me that the reason we're in this fascist descent is literally due to the fact that people are not in favor of liberal democracy right now. They want to break it. They want to break it with a fucking hammer. Some people say it silently because they know what it means. Others say it proudly. But if you, I've done this experiment. It's just a personal anecdote, but I think I've asked every single person that I've talked to in general, like just day to day, unconditional or conditional relationships, you name it, the same question, which is, do you think the government is performing well, or are you happy with how it's working? I have never gotten a yes. And I know that seems like the obvious answer, but that's probably one of the main reasons that we're in a state where people just want to break it, even though it's not a good idea to break it. Yeah. That's kind of the plague of liberal democracies, right? Fascism in its first form, and same with communism, by the way. Pure communism to me is like, and I'm not using a horseshoe theory here, but they kind of end up in the same place because they leave whatever liberal democracy they're, hesting against in a vulnerable state where some opportunistic fucking shithead can then, I'll give it back, bro. The power, I'll give it back. As soon as the state's toppled, I'll give it back. And then, surprise, no one gives it back. This happens when liberal democracies are not popular. Like communism is kind of a reaction to that, and the same with fascism. Fascism is a direct reaction to liberal democracies not understanding how to, because they move slowly, deal with the problems of migration, the cyclical nature of governments. When they start to stop and slow down and not work well, people get upset and they want easy answers. And fascism is the most simple, clear, appealing answer on the universe. It's literally Trump's slogan. Make America great again. I mean, who the fuck can disagree with that? I know what it means. I can explain why it's a fucking, false phoenix. But that's the appeal of fascism. It's like, oh, here's a simple answer. Here's a simple solution. Here's clear rhetoric, right? Let's fucking break it. It's definitely one of the reasons it's more dangerous. Liberal democracy doesn't do that. Liberal democracy is like, let's pontificate. The current state is a reaction to, I think, the individual outcomes that every person in America is feeling right now. The average person is not guaranteed, or at least expecting a reasonable economic outcome that they were promised from when they were young. And I know no one is promised or deserving of anything, but it's important to understand the framework of someone who is upset about it. So the expectations that people have in the country right now are not aligned with the reality that we're living in. This country is richer than it's ever been in its history, yet no one can afford a home, and every single day it seems that our inflation woes become worse because we have to spend just an invariably different amount of money every year for stupid reasons, and we're all kind of upset about it, right? So it's not it's meant to happen. It's just it is a natural reaction to the effect, or sorry, what happens when a liberal democracy is not up to its expectations. It's not actually meeting what the public expects it to be. And you know, there's always in every government there's like a revolutionary cost. There is a point at which the general public, fascism will never correct things that aren't working, even if it does in the short term. And that's due to the few things, okay? So fascism is extremely cool and it feels great for people who are I'll just do a little fun little picture too at the same time, just so I can show. If you have ever looked into like German history after the Third Reich, so post World War II Germans who, you know, were asked about how they felt about the Third Reich, and you know, because a lot of people in Germany lived through it. It's not like we killed them all, right? Like we couldn't really. Only 189 people or 181 people were indicted and convicted in the Nuremberg trials. Okay, so majority of Germany who didn't die in the war. I mean, slap on the wrist, kind of, right? So when people were asked, what were the best years of your life? Even after World War II, and we're talking decades after, the majority of Germans said during Hitler's rule. And that's because fascism, again, feels extremely good if you are on the inside of the circle, okay? If you're on the inside of the circle, you are taken care of by the state. You are given a job by the state. The state will protect you. The state will literally do everything for you, even if it is not true. But that's how you feel. If you lose a job, you go right to the fucking Nazi employment center. They get you a job within a day. They put food on the table. They funded boys and girls youth clubs. The Nazis essentially like consolidated, and it's one of the major parts of fascism. They consolidated the entire private and state enterprises into a single thing, and then the Uniparty in addition to that, and it gives you like a blanket of security when a lot of Germany was very destitute. So liberal democracy, Great Depression, interwar period, a lot of debt, hyperinflation. Germans did not feel good. They hated the Weimar Republic. Yep. This is why it's dangerous and why the freedoms that fascism takes are given freely. Because while it feels great while you're in this circle, okay, the circle gets smaller. It starts to get smaller and smaller and smaller. And if you're on the outside of the circle, there's it's not just, you know, exclusion. It's the direct opposite of what I mentioned earlier. It's radical exclusion. It is like you are deemed like inhumane and essentially to be destroyed. So it burns bright. Fascism has a tendency to, because it's an expansionary ideal, right? It's always about being strong. The palingenetic nationalistic aspect of it is about expansionism. You need to be improving upon the state that you have, which is decayed, corrupt, you know, every negative fucking adjective you can think of in the book to try and describe something that really is not objectively decayed or corrupt, but you use it anyway. And the state needs to be eliminated, but you play on people's opinions of the state. So you appeal to the public with nostalgia of what it used to be. And then your goal is to replace the state. That's why the nation becomes the more popular thing, the ground that you're on. That's okay. I respect people who do not arrogantly and confidently give opinions on things that they do not think they have enough knowledge on, far more than I disrespect people who decide to just say arrogant and confident opinions on things they have no idea what they're talking about. So that to me is fine. No. Fascism in Nazi Germany is not even the same as fascism in Spain or Italy. See, the thing about fascism is that I'm describing a lot about fascism, but I can't give you a definition of fascism because it is malleable. It is not something that you can literally go, that's fascism. There's just certain aspects and tenets of it that are just historically driven. One of those being, I broke it down to like 5 tenets for me. This is my interpretation of it. I mean, if you want a more detailed version of it, probably Umberto's writings on fascism is a great place to start. There's a lot of different types of fascism. What, fascism? What do you mean fag? That's good. I don't want to break the liberal democracy that the United States is because I think it's one of the reasons that this country has been strong and safe for a very long time, and why it's allowed so much change without a revolution needing to happen, which is not the same, cannot be said for other countries. But that doesn't mean it's perfect. What I do know is that breaking it to supplant it with something like fascism is a mistake. And again, I guess the last part I want to point out about some of the descriptors or like diagnostic parts of fascism center around the fact that because it centers around a leader, it needs a movement head, like someone who is the movement. That person is the most important part of the whole movement. So fascist countries need that fascist leader. He needs to be the movement. This is why no one can do what Trump can do. No one's going to put JD Vance on their fucking monster Tonka truck. No one's going to put JD Vance on their fucking t-shirt. He's got the charisma of a fucking burnt potato chip. Fascism has it centered around like that one leader. And that one leader is given a lot of freedom to do what they want. And the people, because they have to, they support the movement, right? Means that now the leader is the movement, so they support what the leader does. And an opportunistic person in that moment, and I don't really like the odds of people when it comes to that much power, but a particularly self-interested or opportunistic person is the worst type of person you can absolutely imagine to be that person. Rome had a lot of rebellion, though. Rome had endless rebellions all over the place. Their military is strong, but unfortunately for Rome, the more square mileage you add to your empire, the thinner that army seems to look as soon as it's around, or as soon as it's not around like the people you just subjugated. When they walk 1,000 miles back to Rome, the people who are wondering to themselves, why the fuck do I not take this pitchfork and just like murder the noble now? Starts to get real strong. The Prince by Machiavelli points this out when he talks about how if you want to have control over an area, you have to live in that area. As in the people of that area have to see your presence. It's a really important part of like how you can suppress the revolutionary thoughts of like individuals or whatever. But Rome did no such thing and had rebellions always on its corners. People start to get really that's pretty interesting. Maybe that's where the word comes from. Actually, let me look that up. Comes from, I mean, it's got to be an Italian word, right? Fascism derives from the Italian word fascio, meaning a bundle, group, or union. Okay. So yeah, it probably comes from the ancient Roman stuff. Bundles of wooden rods. That seems to me like a strong origin. I obviously the Roman Empire was not fascist though. Again, fascism has to have the palingenetic nationalism, as in a rebirth. Palingenesis is a nostalgic rebirth of something, like a phoenix is palingenetic. And then it has to essentially have like a populist movement underneath it, right? So just having authoritarianism is not fascist in and of itself. I did write about this a little if you want to see my writing on this. I write a little bit. I haven't written in a while, but I have here. This is some of my writing on this. Where in the fuck is it? Excuse me. Where'd it go? Is it in staging? Misk? Nope. Fuck. You? I'm not sure. I honestly don't. I don't know enough to actually answer that question. As benevolent as a supreme leader would be, I guess. Where the fuck? Is it in here? Oh, it's in personal. That's right. That is right. Here it is, right. Here you go. So if you want to read my writing on this, this is something I wrote about what I believe are pretty big tenets of fascism. So hyper-nationalistic palingenesis, hyper-consolidation of private and state, strong leader that uses simple, inclusive rhetoric. I like to, obviously it's important to know like the definitions that are communicated through people before you, but I do like to then try and take my own interpretation on it, not to try and like disprove or show that I'm like smarter, but because I think it helps me kind of just have an opinion that is mine on it, right? Because obviously it heavily draws from a lot of the previous historical thinkers and people like that before me. So writing your own interpretation of ideas and concepts is kind of a good way to make sure that you you make something of your own, right? Instead of plagiarizing arguments and not really understanding them at all. Learning how arguments get made instead of memorizing them is a good way to understand concepts like this, political momentum, which is an extremely important concept right now. Because you can look up political momentum and the definition, right? But trying to imagine, like I do here, a scenario where I humanize an SS officer kind of helps people understand the dangers of how fascism makes good people do horrible things. That's because dictatorship in and of itself has been branded a negative word. Authoritarianism has also been colloquially now and connotatively is considered a negative word, right? So it's like a pejorative. Is it inherently? No. But it wouldn't be wrong to say that most authoritarian governments, because of the nature of how government works, are more likely to be destructive towards the society they are essentially trying to keep, or they're negative for the society. And that's due to the way in which government kind of works. But they're not negative in and of themselves. Singapore is an authoritarian country ruled by a uniparty since like 1958. I mean, one government. It's essentially authoritarian as fuck. They seem to be doing kind of okay. If you ignore all the, oh, you are? If you ignore all like the small, like, you know, we give death sentences to like small petty drug crimes and stuff, but for all of like the knowledge, like the reading I've done, there's a popular opinion of it. I'm not wrong in what I said, right? I'm pretty sure it's been like since 1956 or 58, right? It's been a uniparty. I know it has like the look of like some real election going on, but I'm pretty sure it's essentially an authoritarian country. I mean, 70 years is probably long enough to say that it is. So, Singapore has not caused a global war to the death of 80 million people. They are somewhat of an example to use against like the idea that like authoritarianism is just inherently bad. Yeah, too tiny for that. It's just, again, I feel like the arguments contextually against authoritarianism are the fact that it's too vulnerable. It doesn't scale very well with that vulnerability. And if your goal is to maintain growth or even security, the vulnerability there is far too much for it to usually be a good idea. Well, the pros of authoritarianism, right, of having a decisive leader is actually the same thing that the United States had when we made the executive branch. James Madison and Alexander Hamilton wrote about this extensively. And having a leader is very good when you need to act quickly. If you are trying to defend against invasion, liberal democracies are not very good at that. A leader, though, who can move people is better at it. That's a fact. It's one of the reasons that a lot of people think of like the leaders of World War II on the Allied side, instead of recognizing that, you know, they become symbols of the movements, even if they aren't fascist. And then decision making is somewhat streamlined. Yeah, much quicker. There's less deliberation. Now the pro there can also become a detriment. As I mean, Hitler deciding to invade the USSR in the middle of his plans to dominate the world, because he fucking despised communism with all of his being. Like, dude literally was just itching on a meth binge to do it. Really fast decision. Did it turn out okay? Probably not. I think Hitler most likely lost World War II because of the fact that that entire area, and we're seeing it in Ukraine right now, is just like the bloodlands. It's like impossible to fucking move anywhere. It's definitely called the Bloodlands for a reason. I mean, crushing winters and then mud all the time, massive open fields. The USSR like did scorched earth all the way hundreds of miles into the fucking into the USSR and eastern Ukraine, western Ukraine. Didn't really work out that well. I mean, there's no food, right? So Russia would just burn everything as they fucking retreated, and then the Germans would have like the reality settle in as like the supply lines just get fucked by like mud in winter. They didn't let, you know, them use trains, so everything was on horseback. Fucking nasty disaster. Strong leader, bad decision. I hit 5 hours right now. I said I would stop at 3, but I kept going because it was kind of fun. But I'm probably gonna get off right now, guys. But thank you for watching. For the fun. You're welcome. Let's hope it gets better. I feel like the only way out of this one is if Trump dies, guys. I mean, naturally as well. There's a funny parable in the universe, though, right? That is, the more that you need someone to die, as in like the will, the more likely they're going to live for eternity. So, but yeah, thank you guys. Hope you have a wonderful night. Okay.